forensic medicine. Over to you, sir.
Thank you again for allowing me to talk today, and thank you for the introduction. So, quite a worldwide experience in the area of forensic taphonomy. And my role predominantly is to look at the research aspects and the training, how they interlink with each other for Integritas Global Consultancy. And today I'll be talking about forensic taphonomy and specifically the biochemical aspects. So you've had previous talks about kind of what forensic taphonomy is and how that can be presented in a court of law, both nationally and internationally. But we're going to concentrate on more the kind of the chemistry, the biochemical approach. So just to touch on this slightly, so forensic taphonomy kind of explores all avenues of decomposition. So it's a multidisciplinary approach to understanding how humans decompose and how we approach that from a criminal investigation point of view. Now, the word taphonomy predominantly had come from another field, paleontology, where they looked at the actual preservation of the remains and how you actually have that preservation period and how that you can actually see fossils and actually visualize that. Now, for forensic applications, there are two avenues. It's the identification of volatile organic compounds, so the application of cadaver dogs, and then looking at biological markers to improve post-mortem intervals, so time since death. So can we actually look at the biochemical degradation of human tissue to establish a time since death, and in the near future look at other variables, for example, narcotics, and other variables like presence at a scene. Now, in my opinion, forensic taphonomy really links two of the subjects that we all are most aware of. You have forensic pathology that looks at cause of death, and you have forensic anthropology, which can also look at cause of death. But forensic taphonomy really binds those two subjects together because we're actually understanding how the body has transitioned from that state of death into that skeletal matter, where anthropologists start to really thrive and start to investigate what's actually happened to that time. From my aspect, what I am more interested in is looking at what the reaction mechanisms occur during decomposition. If we start to understand the reaction mechanisms, we then start to look at unique biomarkers and how that really contributes to our understanding of whether we can actually determine time since death and what are the actual chemicals that cadaver dogs are indicating too. You see the left-hand side is skeletal parts of a pig carcass, and this is the reaction mechanisms of glucose as it drips down to its constituents of ethanol and acetate. And this process, as you're probably well aware of, is very lengthy with a lot of supervital reactions. You have alga mortis, rigor mortis, liver mortis. You have the stages of decomposition. You have fresh, bloated, active, advanced, and skeletal. And all through those processes, you see this qualitative reactions that happen. But as chemists, sometimes you aren't able to visually see what's actually happening. And that's why I find this subject really fascinating, because actually by instrumentation, we can actually explore the degradation process in a lot more detail. So when we look at the kind of the simplistic view of how a body decomposes, we have to kind of go back to our very basic chemistry reaction mechanisms, and we look at proteins and how they degrade, and they go through to that very building blocks of amino acids and how do they degrade, and very similarly to kind of the fats which turn into triglycerides and the carbohydrates to the glucose. And we can see that there are different reaction mechanisms depending on the environment in which they degrade. And this is very basic chemistry. If you expose different chemicals in different environments, you have a different reaction. This is very prominent in the glucose, where you can see, if I just kind of move you guys down here, you can actually see that as we start to degrade glucose, there are alternative reaction mechanisms depending on the oxygen availability. So you can see that as a result of aerobic degradation of glucose, you have carbon dioxide and water. Whereas alternatively, when you have a deprived environment of oxygen, you have those esters and those alcohols that are being produced. So this is really interesting when we're starting to look at how a human body starts to degrade, because you have a large variation of these different types of proteins, these different types of fats, and these different types of carbohydrates that start to degrade. And how can we actually build these up to building blocks to start to understand how a body decomposes? Now, we talked about some of the forensic applications, and we're going to touch on these in the next two slides. Now, I worked with Cumbria Police Force, and we were looking at establishing whether you could train cadaver dogs both on land and on water. So these dogs are actually have the skill to indicate to remains underwater as well as on land. And we were looking at what kind of training aids they would be using, how they were actually storing them, and what the training process. And my part in that was very light touch in terms of kind of advising in terms of the chemical variations that may take place. They were absolutely brilliant in terms of their training and their attitude to kind of learning, but it just demonstrates that actually there must be a common denominator within these samples for these dogs to actually detect. And so where they are now in terms of an organization is that they've then got fully trained dogs that can detect underwater and on land, which is absolutely incredible. But from a chemistry point of view, we're lacking that knowledge. What is it that they're indicating to? Is it a series of chemicals that are similar, or are they variant in their nature? And that's what this is what my whole research field looks to underpin. Post-mortem interval, so time since death, a very sensitive subject for some, particularly forensic pathologists. When you're a forensic practitioner, this is kind of the golden question. How do we approach this with such variations in environments in which bodies are found? Current techniques look at the entomological approaches, so looking at the life cycle of the blowfly, and obviously that's an area of expertise that, again, I'm not touching on that subject because there are specialists out there, but they look at the life cycle, and traditionally you would look at the stage of decomposition, but again, there are variations of that based down to the environment in which that specimen is in. Now, I'm not kind of a very kind of speaker in terms of just me speaking at the audience. So I want the audience to actually get involved. Now, if we think about a banana and you place it in a variant environment, that banana, regardless in which your environment is in, will always go the same color. It would always ripen and decompose in the same color fashion. Does anyone know why that is? Let's have a look at the comments. I'm always fascinated by, how do I look at the comments? Let's have a look. Let's stop sharing. Where's the comments chat? So if you can put some comments in the chat, why do you think that a banana, and there is relevance to this, why do you think that a banana always degrades in the same color change? Let's have some conversation. This isn't me just chatting at you. Should we just have some comments, some interaction? This is how we learn as people. Anyone want to have a guess? It's okay if everyone's shy, we can warm up. No? Dad, wait for that comment. Okay, you're all just really shy. That's fine. So what it actually is the, I'm just going to go back to share my screen. Oh, we do have some. Yes, so we do have comments because of the complex substance in that. Yes, so since yes, exactly. So it's the ethylene environment that causes that color change, regardless in which the environment that banana is in. So you always have that color change, regardless. So that itself, does it also change them? Yes, it does. Yeah. There will always be, oh, hello, Mila. There will always be that color change. There will always be oxygen present, that small degree. And for that biochemical reaction to occur, it only requires that small volume of oxygen. And this really underpins some of the research. No, I didn't want to do that. Why is that coming like that? This one, yeah, sure. Move this. Apologies for this, everyone. This really underpins some of the fundamental biochemical theories when undertaking some of these forensic taphonomic studies. So is there a similarity in bodies as they decompose? Is there a difference? Can we establish that difference regardless of the environment it is? But how do we measure that? How do we quantify that? How do we qualitatively measure what is actually happening as the body decomposes? Because the biggest question, and you're all thinking it, the environment significantly impacts how a body decomposes. You have weight, you have different mediums in which the body is buried, whether the body is clothed, whether there is a large variation of insect activity around that body, the weather. So many variables impact how a body decomposes. How do we take that back and start to look at the fundamental biochemical reactions? And I actually was able to do this by taking it back to the basics, using laboratory controlled conditions to measure what the gaseous products from a decomposing cadaver. Using pig specimens as a human analog, what we were able to do was seal a pig specimen into a 220 litre sealed drum, placed on a set volume of soil, inserting a set volume standard gaseous mixture into the barrel, so it still has that introduction of initial gaseous material. As it starts to degrade the carcass, those gases are then emitted and transferred across this heated line into our analytical instrument. From there, we're able to extract the volatile organic compounds using solid phase microextraction, and then desorb the VOCs that we have extracted using SPME onto our gas chromatography mass spectrometer instrument. And that gave us our profile. And we did this from day 0 to day 14. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do any longitudinal studies, because as you can imagine, you're in a lab, and although we sealed the drum extremely tight, there was still some gaseous content being leaked from the barrel. However, we were able to take it back to the fundamental basics. So the temperature within the lab was controlled using air conditioning. The topsoil was the same for each of the environments. So we had 2 experimental setups. So for the aerobic experiments, we had a 0 air cylinder gas go into the chamber. For the anaerobic, we had oxygen-free nitrogen with the internal standard. And these were sealed. There was no insect activity. There was no clothing, no restriction. So you're isolating those variables that affect the decompositional process. And we performed triplicate sampling. So we took 3 samples per day for 14 days. Now, what we didn't have control over was the weight. We cannot breed these pigs that we have a specific weight, and for each of the 2 environments, we had the same weight. That was not possible. The humidity, we couldn't control. We had a small enclosed area with a large amount of soil with a carcass. We can't control that. And that's just making you guys aware about what these conditions were. We looked at the internal standard. The internal standard is key. And it's all about making sure that your method is valid and has a large degree of reliability. And this part of that is the internal standard. And we can see here that it was fairly consistent for both of the experiments here. So this will be aerobic and this would be anaerobic. We measured the average temperature within the laboratory. And this is just an extract from one of the months that we measured the temperature, and it is fairly consistent throughout that period, and as for the experiments as well. So once we actually undertook the experimental study and the 14 days came to an end, we then excavated and we took soil samples from multiple layers as we started to remove the specimen and take samples from underneath the carcass. But what I wanted to do initially was to look at the specimen itself. What was the variation? So let's look at the qualitative aspects of this. So you could see rupturing of the abdomen region. So you can start to see some of the intestinal tissue come out of the stomach there. You can see this green discoloration across the specimen. Potential theories of that is the sulfur and hemoglobin addition. Another theory is that it's the amino acid L-phenylalanine reaction with oxygen. And when we think about these qualitative aspects of looking at forensic taphonomy, we then, if we were to look at those theories, that green discoloration shouldn't be present in anaerobic. And we'll come on to that into the next specimen photographs. So we can see 2 kind of alterations there to the specimen. And that's just qualitative. How about we look at the biochemical variances now? So we looked at all of the compounds that were present. We aligned those compounds to all of the chromatograms within that decompositional period. So you identify that a specific compound is a compound X, and then you align based on the retention time to the retention index and align to that all the chromatograms. And that gives you an indication as to that compound present within your whole set of data. We looked at the peak areas of these compounds and looked at what the variants of these were across the decompositional period. So this is actually a PCA loadings plot. And basically PCA principal component analysis looks at variance across a given period. So what we see here is looking at the variation of the days. So what is it? Which day is where decomposition significantly varies? So what is the day where decomposition starts to initiate? So you can see this large oval shape that you see is day 1 to 3. So not much biochemical variation. They're kind of very intricate. However, the separation of day 1 to 3 to day 4 and 7 show that something happens on day 4. There's a large spike of some biochemical inference on day 4 that causes that separation, and that continues from day 4 to day 7. Interestingly, after day 7, it then returns to a similar profile to that of day 1 to 3. If we look back at our qualitative data, and I'm just inferring here, you could infer that what actually happened is this rupturing, which releases an abundance of these VOCs, causing that separation from 1 to 3 to day 4 to 7. And the reason why it then returns to normality is that those gases emitted from the abdomen region start to dispel. So it starts to return back to its original profile. So very interesting, in my opinion. Then we start to look at the anaerobic decomposition. We're looking at surface, remember here. And when we were looking at the qualitative aerobic specimen, we talked about that green complex being present. And we talked about the two theories, talked about how there is a theory that sulfur reacts with hemoglobin and oxygen to create that complex. But there's also in the literature by Scoots and Pekowski that there is a reaction of the amino acid L-phenylalanine in the presence of oxygen that creates that green complex. So in essence, that vital substrate is oxygen. So in this, we shouldn't see any green complex, which is true. So we're starting to put that jigsaw puzzle together. We're starting to infer, we're starting to relate our biochemical knowledge to visualization. We're no longer using our models of kind of decomposition stages. We're now looking at actual quantitative aspects of taphonomy. Looking at the quantitative aspects of the actual anaerobic specimen itself, so looking at the principal component analysis, and this is the biplot, we're looking at separation 1 to 3, very intricate, very similar to the aerobic specimen. And then we're seeing that variation again from day 4 to 10. However, if we remember back from our qualitative, we're not seeing that rupturing. It's very much preserved. So it insinuates again, so another contributing factor to support the theory that oxygen is a key player. Now we scientists kind of assume, yes, of course, oxygen is a key player, but how does it play a factor? And this is what we're trying to underpin in this research. How much of a key player is oxygen? How is it contributing? And we're starting to piece those puzzles together. Now, what's quite interesting in this biplot is that actually day 11 to 13, there's an additional variation between the other two phases that we see. So what is it that's causing these two variations? We don't have that rupturing of the stomach. We don't have anything significant in the qualitative aspects of the pig decomposition specimens that we see. So what is it? And that needs further investigating. Now, PCA looks at variations of compounds across the periods in which decomposition occurs, but it doesn't look at whether there are any similarities in the compounds that you see within that data set. Now, what was prominent was that these sulfur compounds were present in each of the environments, but at different concentrations. And this is very important, and I'll come on to the actual chemical equations as to why these are important. But you can see the blue is the dimethyl disulfide. I'll just move this up here. The blue is the dimethyl disulfide, and you can see that large peak at the top. And you can see a significant decrease in the dimethyl disulfide. Again, with dimethyl trisulfide, which is the red line that you're seeing, and dimethyl tetrasulfide, which is the green. What's interesting in this is that you can see that there is actually a spike at day 5 and then starts to decrease in both of those compound concentrations across the decompositional period. So what we can actually extract from this, potentially with further research, is that could we potentially use dimethyl disulfide, dimethyl tetrasulfide in determining time since death? In this graph, it kind of infers that from day 0 to 5, there's a gradual increase. Then there's that decrease. But what actually is the most interesting part of this graph is that you actually see an increase in the sulfide on day 12. So is there an additional spike, or is that just an anomaly? So again, I always go back, n equals 1 in each of these environments, which is just what you do with the data and how you can extract from that. Now, the reason dimethyl disulfide and dimethyl trisulfide and dimethyl tetrasulfide are all interesting is because their presence within that environment, within the barrel, is a result of an oxidative reaction. And this oxidation reaction occurs from methionine, which then degrades in the presence of methionine lysase to create methane thiol, and then this methane thiol then oxidizes to create dimethyl disulfide and water. So if we go back to this graph again, we can see that oxygen is a vital player in the process of degradation of specimens, as it's significantly less in the dimethyl disulfide concentration and dimethyl trisulfide and dimethyl tetrasulfide. So we can see a direct correlation. So we're starting to put the jigsaw puzzles together. Now, this is quite interesting. Now, it's always been thought that the chemicals in which cadaver dogs indicate to is putrescine and cadaverine. Now, from all of those results that we extracted, we didn't see any of the substrates leading up to the production of putrescine or cadaverine. So the left-hand reaction mechanism is putrescine, so it's the arginine reaction mechanism, how it kind of substrates to the production of putrescine. The right-hand side is the production of cadaverine, and how it's the degradation process of cadaverine. So interestingly, we need to ask ourselves, is it an instrumentation, or is it simply that these compounds are not present in decaying specimens? Because there are obviously factors that we need to look at, the properties of these compounds, their boiling points, and the extraction methods, solid phase microextraction. There are alternative techniques, but obviously the literature out there predominantly uses sorbent tubes. But even then, we're still not seeing those compounds. But is it a problem in terms of the sorbent technique? Do we need to potentially look at direct flow onto column to ensure that we're not degrading the product or the substrate? So all these factors, it's a brand new emerging field. It's been predominantly researched by researchers in Australia, so Shari Forbes, researchers in Hawaii, Kate Perrault, Maiken, who works at the After Taphonomy facility. And even then, we're still not seeing the presence of these volatile organic compounds. So maybe we're not seeing them, but we obviously need to take into consideration the bigger picture. Is it our instruments? We also conducted additional analysis. So as well as just conducting the volatile organic compounds in the headspace, we looked at the soil. So what was the VOCs given off from the soil? We looked at anionic content, so looking at what is the biochemical content of the soil, and is that varied from the control soil, because then you can relate to the actual degradation of the tissue that's then absorbed by that soil. And then we also exposed the soil samples to a cadaver dog unit who looked at indicating on these to see if the dogs, if any of the chemicals within those soil samples, they were present. And this is just basically a table that concludes all of the compounds or the potential indications made by the cadaver dog. So you can see various similarities between the two environments. So in the headspace, we can see that actually dimethyl disulfide and the sulfide series are still prominent in that headspace VOCs. In the soil VOCs, again, the sulfides are present. You start to see a link here. However, within the whole, in the anaerobic environment, which is the second row, you can see you're starting to see that anaerobic degradation. So you're seeing that those carboxylic acids, you're starting to see those esters. So you're seeing a variation of that kind of degradation specimen in that environment. You then see a variation in the anionic content in terms of what's actually leaching from the specimen. And very similar, you're seeing a variation in the cadaver dog response. However, you're still seeing compounds that are present. So although we exposed the samples to the cadaver dogs, we actually analysed after to see if we can see if there are any similarities. And there were indeed dimethyl disulfide present in both those samples. The whole sulfide series, as you're probably getting fed up of me saying it, starts to emerge very consistently across this experiment. So it's hard to kind of not concentrate on what the actual reaction mechanism is and whether that's prominent for criminal investigations. So just kind of ending the discussion, I don't know how much time we've got, which is kind of 36, we've got a bit of time, a lot of time for questions, but there's obviously variations in the sulfide concentrations between the two environments, but still present in each environment. There's obviously variations in the presence of compounds. So when you see those compounds, there is a variation within the time periods of decomposition. And if we're thinking about cadaver dog handlers and the use and the samples that they're actually applying to train the cadaver dogs, and look at the biochemical results that we got in this study, we need to start considering using more replicable specimens, particularly if we're thinking about bodies that have been placed in graves. You have them restricted oxygen and then potentially a different VOC profile. So therefore, you're restricting the dog's ability to actually indicate to that specific area. So what I've actually done is actually taking that data and actually not enforced, but advised dog handlers who have cadaver dogs to vary the samples that they have. So they're now using buried remains. They're now looking at different depths, and then they're looking at different size specimens, all in the hope that they are going to cover that range of samples that they will come across in the investigative world. So in summary, different environments from laboratory controlled decomposition studies show a variation in the compounds present when they are present. However, there are some chemicals that are present within each of those environments. Current training aids for cadaver dogs aren't fully representative of what they are searching for. and there needs to be a big push to enforce protocols to ensure they have a range of odor profiles to train on. And again, you're going to hate me for saying it, sulfide plays an important role in this implication of a new estimation of time since death. And we need to explore that at greater depths to look at validating and exploring this reaction mechanism, looking at the fundamental biomechanics of how this compound is present and how we can use it in casework. And potentially revolutionize the way in which forensic science in forensic medical legal field is really portrayed. So I just want to special thanks to obviously University of Leicester, where I undertook some of this research, the Research Council, some of the police forces that actually had cadaver dogs and gave me advice in terms of how to undertake this study, and obviously the company that I currently work for was very supportive of the research that we're currently undertaking.
Thank you, Dr. Jonathon, for such a wonderful lecture. We are having our next lecture on women in forensics, which will be given by Anna Barbaro.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to stay here together with you all. Thank you to all the attendees. I'm going to talk about women in forensics. I'm sharing. As you know, forensic science is the application of science to criminal and civil laws. Forensic sciences apply scientific methods and technologies to legal problems. The word forensic comes from the Latin word forensic. That means in an open court. Because of this, forensic science is an intersection between law and science. Forensic science includes criminalistics and criminology. Criminalistics is the application of scientific methods to the collection, identification, and comparison of samples found at a crime scene. It uses the contribution of biology, chemistry, medicine, engineering, and physics. The Austrian jurist Hans Gross is considered the father of the criminalistics. Criminology is the study of the criminal and deviant behavior. Because of this, it uses the contribution of psychology, sociology, and the Italian sociologist Cesare Lombroso is considered the father of criminology. In the last years, television shows, movies, and true crime have produced high expectations for the contribution that scientists and technologies can offer, not only in solving violent crimes, but also cyber crimes, chemical attacks, and mass disasters. This so-called CSI effect has produced worldwide an increased and sometimes excessive interest by students and professionals, but also by common people toward forensic science. In fact, many persons started their career in forensic due to the media influence. But we know that reality is real different from what appears on TV. Real problems and difficulties are great. In fact, due to the hard confrontation with the reality, it happens that many people who started forensic activity with great expectations then were not able to continue with it. For example, I had undergraduate and graduate forensic science students who felt bad during autopsies or when viewing a putrefied body, and then they decided to leave this career. Obviously, forensic science begins at the crime scene. This because, according to Locard's exchange principle, every contact leaves a trace. This means that there is a direct relationship between all the elements at the scene, the victim and the suspect. At the crime scene, evidences must be searched in order to answer to some questions, such as who committed the crime, where and when the crime happened, who was the victim, and in order to reconstruct the alleged dynamic of the event. Obviously, forensic experts may have different rules. Some people analyze the crime scene to find and collect evidences. Others carry out only activities in laboratory, analyzing samples brought to them by other people. Other people are able either to collect evidence at the crime scene, then to analyze sample. This happens to me. I'm able to go to the crime scene and to collect biological evidences and to come back to my laboratory in order to analyze these evidences and to perform DNA analysis. Because of this, forensic science involves a wide number of scientists specialized in different disciplines, such as biology, chemistry, medicine, physics, ballistics, genetics, entomology, botany, informatics, and so on. Because of the complexity of forensic science, and since the results of a forensic analysis may contribute to establishing the guilt or innocence of a person, this field requires a great scientific competency that may only be achieved by specific education and training, pluriannual experience, application of scientific international protocols, participation in proficiency testings, and obviously stringent professional ethics. Therefore, it's necessary to attend courses on specific topics of interest, because a good expert must have specific and not general knowledge. Forensic experts must have also basic knowledge in civil or criminal legal matters. They need to know the concepts, rules, and dynamics of the legal system according to the country where they are working. This in order to understand procedural mechanisms, either when carrying out technical analysis, then when preparing the report and discussing the results during the trial. Since the judicial system is a very formal system in which methods and procedures are of fundamental importance, for the forensic expert it's necessary to have this knowledge to avoid that their activity is declared invalid because of formal errors and not of technical errors. In addition, in some countries like USA, quality certification of the forensic experts is required also to demonstrate their effective competence to carry out their activity in a specific area and to give expert witness at the court. Forensic science and crimes appear very attractive to women. Last year, I published a paper about women in forensics. It was an international overview that focused on women involved in scientific activities. In my opinion, women are more oriented to details. They are able to maintain a high level of attention for a long time, especially when working with small items such as forensic evidences. It appears women have a great intuition, which is very useful in forensic investigation. In the majority of degree or post-degree courses in forensic science in Italy, but also in other countries such as Spain, the number of female students is greater than the number of men. Here are some data taken from my paper. As you can see in this slide, according to Eurostat, around 24 million women with a university level education are employed as professionals and technicians in Europe. In European countries, women are the majority in countries such as Lithuania, Bulgaria, Latvia, Portugal, and Denmark, while they are the minority in Germany, Finland, Hungary, and Luxembourg. In Africa, Asia, and the Pacific area, women are only around 30%. In Malaysia, women are more than 50% of the students of technology. In Latin America and the Caribbean, women represent around 40%. But this interest to forensic have an old origin. Now we give a look to the past. Mary Hovins was the first policewoman in the United States. She joined the Chicago Police Department in 1891, holding the rank of sergeant. She retired in 1923. Prior to working with the police, she was one of the 5 female health inspectors employed in the city health department. In 1908, Laura Baldwin was hired by the City of Portland Police Department as Superintendent of Women's Protective Division, with the rank of detective. Baldwin stressed crime prevention and favored reform over incarceration. She promoted laws to protect women and demonstrated by example that women could be effective and good police officers. Alice Stebbins Wells was the first woman in Los Angeles Police Department. She was hired in 1910. Her efforts in promoting the need for female officers resulted in the hiring of police women in 16 other cities and in several foreign countries. She founded the International Police Women Association in 1915. She believed that women, as regular members of municipal police departments, are particularly well qualified to perform protective and preventive work among juveniles and female criminals. She will be remembered for introducing this new concept into local law enforcement. In addition, she was responsible for hand-sewing her own police uniform, which was the first woman police uniform in the United States of America. Given to her activity for women's and children's rights, more women were recruited after the Equal Employment Opportunity Act released in 1972. In 1914, she was the subject of a biological movie entitled The Police Woman. Frances Gertrude McGill is considered one of the first pathologists in the world. She was nicknamed the Sherlock Holmes of such Europe for her detective skills and prominent role in police investigations and court cases. She influenced the development of forensic pathology in Canadian police work and was internationally noted for her expertise in this subject. Her work allowed to solve murders that had gone uninvestigated. But a woman who changed the face of traditional forensic investigation was Frances Glessner Lee. She had a so great influence on the development of forensic science in the United States that it is now considered the mother of forensic science. She used the art of miniatures in an unconventional way to create, on dollhouse scale with fine details, 20 real crime scenes useful for training investigators. In the early 1930s, she began a career in legal medicine, and she helped to establish the Department of Legal Medicine at Harvard in 1931. For her work, she was made an honorary captain in the New Hampshire State Police in 1943, making her the first woman to join the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Nowadays, Marcella Farinelli Fierro, former Chief Medical Examiner for the Commonwealth of Virginia and consultant for the National Crime Information Center, inspired Case Carpetta, the protagonist of Patricia Cornwell's novels. But on the other hand, criminals. The first female serial killer, Beck to the ancient Rome. She was Locusta, the servant of Emperor Nero. Anyway, she was not a serial killer in the typical sense, because she killed people on commission for personal gain and not for pleasure or madness. She may be correctly named as the first serial poisoner. Like any poisoner, she often took progressive doses of poison to stimulate the body to immunity. The Emperor Nero trusted in her and commissioned many poisonings. When he died, she was executed. According to the legend, she committed around 400 homicides. Lavinia Fisher is commonly represented in the States of America. She was the owner of an hotel, the 6 Mile Wayfair House in Charleston, South Carolina. According to the legend, Lavinia generally highway travelers to dinner with her, and she asked them many information about their occupation, trying to find out if they had money or not. She offered them a cup of tea that was generally poisoned, and then she killed them. Some historians believe she killed her victims by crushing their heads between her legs. Before her execution, wearing her wedding dress and the news, she reported to have said, "If anyone has a message for the devil, give it to me, and I'll take him." Then, before her execution could hang her, she jumped, taking her final moments in her own hands. She was the first woman executed by hanging. It's believed that Lavinia is one spirit who not only owns the whole Charleston jail, but also attacks people who are visiting the jail. One of the most famous and cruel female serial killer was Eileen Wuornos. She was a prostitute who murdered 7 men by shooting them between December 1989 and November 1990. She claimed that her victims had raped or attempted to rape her, and that all of the homicides were committed in self-defense. Her story was portrayed in the movie Monster. According to some studies, there is a relationship between the increasing employment of women in police and the recording of violent crimes by women. In last decades, women's participation in the crime market has increased considerably in most countries. More women are committing crimes than in the past, but they have not yet caught up with men. Convergence in the social roles of women and men might have helped in increasing crimes committed by women. The gender gap in crime is in part explained by women's lower criminal earnings and lower responsiveness to changes in expected criminal earnings, but also by a gender difference in the probability of arrest. In fact, according to a study performed in 2015, men generally earn 13% more than women and face a 9% higher probability of arrest. In USA, property crimes represent almost 70% of total crimes for women and around 50% for men who are in prison. In Italy, as in England and Wales, drug offenses and robbery are the most common crimes. Women tend to commit more theft and fraud, while men commit robberies and violence against persons. Drug crimes and violent crimes are almost twice as high among men as among women. Furthermore, women commit around 30% of property crimes in the USA USA, but they represent less than 10% of the prison population. The percentage of women incarcerated is lower than the percentage of women convicted. That is lower than the percentage of women prosecuted. For women, the decision to engage in criminal activity cannot be explained simply in terms of opportunity cost in the legal market. Child rearing and housekeeping may play a more important role for women than for men. For example, marital status may have an important role in the decision to commit a crime. It has been seen that married women who are not in the labor force tend to commit more property crimes than married women, but not more violent crimes. Single women in the labor force are not more prone to commit property crimes. Finally, women who have very young children have a higher disutility in going to jail. According to a study performed in 2019 using USA data on property crimes, looks that women are discriminated against not only in the legal job market, but also in the crime market. And there is a discriminatory bias in male and female partnering to commit a crime. A man decides to partner with a woman to commit a crime only if the woman is real productive. During years, several female associations have been founded, especially in USA, with the aim to support female forensic professionals and students. One of the most active association is the Association of Women in Forensic Science, that is partner of my association, of WAFE. In fact, the president of the Association of Women in Forensic Science is also the general coordinator of WAFE. WAFE is the worldwide association of women forensic experts. I founded in Italy in 2011. It's a multidisciplinary association with the aim of connecting experts working worldwide in different forensic fields, in public or private institutions, in order to promote the advancements of the role of women in the international forensic community and to favor the exchange of information and experience between forensic experts. To be involved in WAFE activities, it's necessary to become a WAFE member. All WAFE members receive a personal identification number with which they are entitled to some advantages, such as discounts during WAFE events, access to the WAFE journal, the Annals of Life Science, inclusion in the WAFE professional network, possibility to apply for WAFE scientific prizes. WAFE membership is free during this year. WAFE members can send ideas, proposals to the staff, and also they may apply to become area coordinators with the aim to favorite the diffusion of WAFE in their own country. WAFE has now 12 coordinators all around the world, from Asia, Europe, America, South America. WAFE professionals are also available for giving their support and suggestions to people, to students who are interested in forensic careers, obviously according to the law of different countries and to the different educational programs and legislation. To favorite education diffusion of forensic science, WAFE organizes courses, conferences, and events, even online, open to everyone. In our opinion, conferences like this one are important either for students and for professionals, since they give the opportunity to meeting experts in different forensic fields, to learn from them, and to share experience and knowledge between professionals. For example, in 2016, WAFI organized the international conference as a cruise. It was the first forensic cruise never organized. A cruise from Miami to Bahamas. And this idea had a very great success. Other conferences and courses were organized in various countries of the world by the area coordinators. We can see some examples of activities. This is an international conference organized by the coordinator of Peru and Chile. It was a Peru-Chile meeting. This is another example of courses organized by the WAFI coordination in Argentina. These are conferences organized by WAFI coordination in Spain. Here you can see events organized by the coordination in Paraguay. Other conferences organized by WAFI group in Egypt. And here, this was another conference organized by WAFE Morocco. We have a coordination also in Armenia. You can see here our coordination members. And these are members from Georgia who organized other events and workshops. An active coordination is the Brazil one. Here you can see an example of activities organized by this, this coordination. And here you can see the WAFI course taken by my friend Laura Petler, who is considered one of the most experts in the world about crime scene staging. This event took place in Italy, in Rome. Laura created an institute that has several educational programs and represents the Holy Company focused on the study of the victim. She has also a TV show. She's a very important forensic woman in the world. WAFI is often partner of conferences organized by other associations, as you can see in this slide. And here there are some events that have been planned before COVID emergency. Some of them have been cancelled, while other ones will be held as virtual events. During COVID emergency, WAFI organized a series of free forensic webinars about forensic science in the world and on specific topics. This series had a great success. We talk about forensic science all over the world, in India, in Argentina, in Brazil, USA, to give an idea to attendees about the difference in forensic science education and in forensic science application in different countries. I take this occasion to announce the next WAF International Conference that will be held as a virtual meeting on 21-22 November. And I invite you all to attend this conference. All the informations are available on WAFI website, and it has been already published, the preliminary scientific program that includes topics about criminalistics, but also criminology. WAFI members have the opportunity to publish their original research in the Annals of Life Science, that is the WAFI official journal, and to participate in other initiatives such as the preparation of protocols, manuals, or books. The publication in the Annals of Life Science is free only for WAFI members. In 2017, WAFI Group prepared a manual of forensic science that has been published in the United States by the prestigious publisher CRC Press. This September, last month, has been published in Spain another manual of criminalistics and criminology in Spanish language. Another book about forensic veterinary is now in publication in Brazil, and we are preparing another book about crime scene investigation. In addition, WAFE, in order to favorite professionalism in forensic science, also of young experts, organizes prizes. For example, in 2014, it has been organized a prize for young scientists entitled to a cartoon, Julia Kendall, which is a very famous cartoon in Italy. She's a forensic investigator. This prize had a great success. We are now organizing another international award for professionals. Finally, in order to celebrate forensic women, I created the International Forensic Women Day that will be held on October 16, starting from this year. My idea achieved the attention and the support of presidents of other international associations. Due to the great number of women now involved in forensics in all countries all over the world, I think this could be an interesting initiative to recognize their efforts. I want to thank you again, all the attendees and the organizer, for inviting me to this event.
Thank you, Miss Anna, for such a wonderful lecture. Here I invite Miss Sophia to speak upon culture matters, archaeology, environment, and forensic interpretation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for the kind invitation, and I'm very excited about today's session. I will try to cover the subject and then allow time for question and answers. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, visible, madam.
Wonderful. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to start a little bit about what does it mean being the director of the Global Integrative Studies School. And that basically, I'm in charge of all the fields of anthropology, of global studies, and of geography. And what I wanted to start this session with is actually talking a little bit about anthropology. And because we have, as you mentioned in your kind introduction, we have a different approach to understanding or investigating certain things. So anthropology has 4 fields: archaeology, physical or biological anthropology, cultural or social anthropology, and linguistics. And then within those 4 main fields, which deal with aspects of being human from very early on to today, we have what we called applied anthropology, and that is anthropology that combines more than one of these fields in order for us to investigate what we need to investigate and focus on a specific aspect of this specialty. And that's where forensic anthropology comes about, because it is a combination of forensic physical anthropology and forensic archaeology. Now, I also wanted to mention that in some countries, archaeology and anthropology are separate because archaeology is seen as more of a classical civilization, big buildings, architecture kind of work, while in anthropology, we're dealing more with the being human and the everyday lives of humans. So forensic anthropology is a set of methods about identifying the remains that come from physical anthropology, but yet archaeology is actually the methodologies that we use when we excavate, when we actually do recovery. And in the case of forensic anthropology, we use the medical legal setting. So it is not just identifying the bones, it is not just, recovering the remains, but actually doing it so it can be admissible in a court of law. So in this lecture, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use archaeological examples and for me to illustrate how much we can learn from people of the past, from humans of the past, and the importance of archaeological human remains, the processes of recoveries, what can we learn about trauma, pathology, culture, and biology, and how all of those things come into the way that we interpret what we actually see. And finally, I'm going to end with non-human examples and why it's important and how those connect with the cultural understanding of what we're seeing. Not quite a forensic scene, but I'm sharing this picture with everyone. As you might know, I live in Lincoln, Nebraska, and I'm a professor at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. And nearby, the university is having excavations for a crime scene that actually was due to an environmental factor. And that was a volcanic eruption that covered Nebraska many millions of years ago. And at that point, we were not cold. We were actually a savanna environment. And what you see on the picture is the excavation indicating the modern layers. And then as we're going back through time to the actual skeletal remains of all the animals that had a catastrophic event that actually killed thousands of animals in one instant. So, why forensic archaeology? And it is critically important for us to understand what caused what we're seeing, what is the process of events, what is the and the order of what happened first, what follows after, along with the causation. And for us to also maintain very detailed records, because the archaeologist or the investigator are often the first people at whatever scene it is that we're asked to investigate. And that scene will never be the same after we finish our work. So it is hugely critical for us to be able to record in the best of our abilities so that the information can be preserved, the integrity, both in space and time, can also be maintained for us to be able to not only submit that evidence, but actually come to the most accurate interpretation. The kinds of sites that forensic archaeology deals with would be surface scatters, remains right on the surface that have not been covered up, burial sites that are deliberately buried people, but also mass disasters, and then more organized, larger scale sites such as cemeteries. So, as you know very well with your specialty, our bodies have lots of bones and microbes and cells, and we all have the same trajectory of birth, living, and death. And at this segment of my talk, I'm going to talk a little bit about culture and how different cultures deal with the element of death. Whether people are being interred in the ground, the positioning of the body, if they're mummified, if they have an aerial burial, if they're cremated, those are cultural components of body treatment. And a lot of people nowadays have Christian burials. Those assume a certain directionality, looking to the east, but other cultures, other religions are pointing to key elements of their culture and their tradition, whether it is looking towards Mecca or towards the land of Israel, or in the case of Anglican tradition, for the high-standing individuals to be looking to the west instead of east, so that they make sure that their followers, their flock, is protected. So with that introduction to some of the cultural components about burials, I wanted to bring up my first example, and that was an excavation that I participated in Red Hook Naval Cemetery, which is located in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is a suburb, is part of the tri-state area in New York. And the cemetery was associated with a naval hospital. And for a period of 80 years, more than 2,000 people were buried in the cemetery. Now, later in the 1920s, 1926, the hospital ceased to function at that particular locality, and the Navy ordered all the deceased, all the buried individuals, to be moved to a new location at the Cypress Hill Cemetery. Now, when I was involved in that in the 1990s, we were called back in because the Navy wanted to turn that part of Red Hook into a park, a public park. And we were asked to make sure that all the remains were actually removed, and that this area was no longer a sacred ground, a cemetery. So part of what we did was we used ground penetrating radar to actually be able to see what we can see without excavation. But what we had was actually a bit of mixed results, in that we did quite a bit of work, and we were able to identify, as you can see, 987 shafts, meaning empty burial locations. And the only thing in those shafts when we did test excavations were an occasional phalange or metatarsal, metacarpal, but the individual in its majority had been moved. Having said that, when we were ending the excavation, a backhoe was going in because they were going to dig for a path. And all of a sudden, I see the backhoe cutting straight through a burial and the buried individual on the profile. So, of course, I stopped the backhoe and we had to reassess. And what ended up happening is that you cannot just trust one methodology or even two in our situations or three. You actually need to do quite a bit more. And that is, every fancy tool comes with a set of handicaps that you need to be very aware about. And in this particular situation, the ground penetrating radar was not picking up the coffins that were either had a large percentage of metal or were of a particular construction. So even though it was picking up greatly everything that was wood or everything that was a hollow shaft, it actually failed to read certain kinds of coffins. So the excavation did unearth a number of sets of remains that were relocated to Cypress Hill, but with modern methodologies and without being able to dig the entirety of the park area, we do understand, looking at the hospital records, that we might be missing more than 1,000 individuals. So we have a park, but it is also still a sacred ground. Now, another place where I was asked to do work, and in some cases, some of my pictures are I will not show you human remains. The other thing about culture, some cultures do not allow the capturing of images of the dead. So as anthropologists, we need to be very respectful on the cultural background of what it is that we're looking at. And we have to respect the people and cultural traditions. So in some cases, we're not able to, we're limited in the kind of study that we can do, and also prohibited from providing the actual visual images of the skeleton. Now, in this next example that I'm going to share with you, that was an investigation in New Jersey, and Dr. John Geismar was the archaeologist in charge, and I received a phone call and she said, Sophia, we're having a problem. So it was in a very public area. It was on the side of a highway and rail tracks, and the backhoe was digging asphalt to put a shelter for people to wait for the train and not be out in the rain. As the backhoe was going in, all these human remains were starting to come onto the surface. I rushed to the site, but thankfully the interpretation was, the first part of the interpretation was very easy. I saw on the soil profile, the outline, a very faint brown outline, and then in certain spots, the elements of rust. That was a coffin with nails. So one of the biggest concerns was whether they were disturbing a Native American site. But actually, with the presence of coffins, we know that is not the cultural tradition of the native peoples. And it was indicating more of a Christian tradition. Long story short, the bones were taken to the American Museum of Natural History, and they were identified as early Swedish origin peoples. And when John Geismar went to the local church, indeed, she found out that there were cemeteries and cemetery areas that did not make it into the records of the church, and that was one of the missing cemeteries. The time period that I'm referring to is late 1700s, early 1800s. Now, very respectfully, the New Jersey Transit said, okay, we're not going to disturb the location. The whatever, all the unearthed individuals were reburied, and they moved down and they start digging again, and then I get another phone call. But this time they were like, well, we know it's not Native American, but it's very strange because we have coffins, but the people were buried in a different direction. Sure enough, we connected with the Anglican Church, and that was a cemetery belonging to the Anglican Church in that part of New Jersey. So in this situation, culture matters, how you bury the dead, the orientation, because we were able to make interpretations about what we're seeing that led us to be able to find the correct descendants connections for these peoples. After both those excavations, the New Jersey Transit gave up their project, so they preferred people to stay in the rain rather than disturb the cemetery areas in an additional way. And another case, it was a very hot July where I got a phone call from downtown Manhattan in a street called Christopher Street, which is part of the Village area in lower Manhattan. And as you know, New York City is a metropolitan center, a very big urban city, megalopolis, where a lot of, you see very little green except if you're in the park, and a lot of buildings of various sizes and roads and so on and so forth. So somebody might assume that New York City's archaeology has been all but gone. However, that couldn't be the furthest from what actually we know and we have been finding out. And in this particular situation, a church had given part of their properties up for sale. And the property for sale was the house that was being used for the priest to stay in. So this young family bought this house. In what was their backyard, there was a small cemetery, but everybody, and with crypts, with vaults, and everybody was supposedly to have been removed. Except when they start doing construction in their new home and what would have been their new living room, they actually came up into one of those vaults. And I was called in to find out what we were seeing and if there was something in the vault. So I actually did have to go 6 feet under, and the vault was full. It actually had 7 individuals. And I was able to see that the individuals were not all buried at the same time, but in sequence. And that was done, how did I see? The dead were buried in platforms, but also you could see that there was a seriation in how the bodies were placed. It was 1 male, it was 3 females, and then the rest were children. But I also found remains from a meal, and that did not look like a ceremonial meal. It looked like somebody, the crypt was open, the vault was open, and maybe workers were having their lunch and tossed a couple bones inside. And an unfortunate cat at some point was trapped in the vault. So she actually ended up passing. The other thing that I was able to see is that there have been flooding events, that I could see the watermarks on the vault area. So we had an excavation and we recovered the dead. And one of the questions was, who were they? And with looking at some of the clothing remains, because they were not fully decomposed, looking at the skeletal structure and records of the church and records from the township, we were able to decipher that one of the individuals was actually a barrister because he had a black robe on. And he was not from New York, but actually from Virginia. And he died in Lower Manhattan during an influenza, a flu outbreak, along with some of the children and one of the women. So again, the element of surprise, the element of culture, and also the unpredictability of where human remains can pop up. I think one of the biggest surprises about the cultural makeup of New York came out of the African burial ground, where a completely unknown area that basically we unearthed 400 individuals, primarily of African descent. So a big urban city with thinking that we have all the solutions, that we know everything about its past, yet again, is full of surprises, and it will continue to surprise. Much earlier in time, I was a student in the Jarigoli site in Kenya. The site of Jarigoli, the biggest question was what was happening. We did have human remains in what's called bundle burials, which is they would be placed in a earthenware and carried to a site. And we had these pillars marking the site. Now that site goes back into the Holocene. And we had a lot of grave goods coming up and beads. And one of the questions was, what was happening at Jarigoli? Why do we only have parts of skeletons and not the complete skeletons? And long story short, that went into hunters and gatherers of the time and them moving around the landscape. So what happened here was that because they had to move over a landscape, they couldn't carry an entire deceased individual, but they would take a portion of the skeleton, bundle it up, and that would be what they would carry to the sacred ground. Now, while at Jarigoli, there was rumors that we might have had burials of a different kind in a nearby location. I was not part of this excavation, but actually what ended up in 2012 was one of the most interesting cases for the prehistoric past. That was the excavation of 27 individuals that were part of a massacre. There were 21 of them were adults, but there were children. There was a pregnant woman because we could see the fetal remains. People were bound, they were clubbed. You can see in the skulls, the blunt force trauma here and here. And then knees were, the knees of the individuals were clubbed and shattered. Over here, you can see the neck and skull and how that has been shattered. And in the last picture here, and also in the hands, the positionality of the remains indicating that people were bound. The next case that I'm going to talk about comes from Serbia. And this particular set of sites was excavated in the 1960s in a joint venture between Brooklyn College and the Smithsonian Institution. And the remains I actually found in the basements of Brooklyn College. Then I actually traced the information and who was involved, and I collected remains of from many different other institutions that were supposed to have studied them during the course of 40 or so years. And finally ending up my investigation in a retired colleague's garage to actually find the paperwork. The site became the doctoral dissertation of one of my students, and we were able to recover 550 individuals from that excavation in the 1960s. And so one of the questions for Sirmium, because the time period that is represented in the material that we looked at was from the Roman time period, roughly around 400 AD, all the way to the 1200s. And one of the questions was, what was the origin of the dead? Were they Roman? Were they local Serbian? Were some of the Turkish peoples that were moving to the area? Who were they? And so this collection was an incredible narrative about trauma, pathology, and culture. So I have selected just a handful of bones that show tidbits, examples of some of the things that we were able to see. And they're hugely important because it is actually rather rare for us to find these kinds of examples in some of the modern cases. And it's important for us to study them and know what it is that we're looking at and use this as information in cases that we might have to look at. So this very first slide, it is actually a trephination. If you can look at my pointer, this is a plug taken out of a skull right here. And trephinations were done for two different reasons. One is if somebody were to be hit on the head, the brain swelling would cause brain damage. So by opening the skull cavity, you were able to release that pressure, and then the person had a chance to not die from that trauma. Another case was, it was practiced as a way to release bad spirits out of the particular individual. What is interesting in this particular skull is that the trephination was not the cause of death, because we can see growth on the bone that is actually happened post-procedure. Another interesting aspect of studying these populations is health, disease, nutrition. So in this particular eye orbit, A lot of ancient populations did not have access to a balanced diet, so they had chronic iron deficiencies that exhibited themselves in anemia. And you can see the porosity in this eye orbit, which basically is the orbital roof exhibits cribra orbitalia, one of the classic signs for anemia. Now, this case here, this is a parietal bone, and we do not have an answer. We do not know whether this particular individual had a particular trait and the parietal bone was abnormally thick, or whether it had an infection or a disease that actually caused this abnormality. But again, that is something that we note, we investigate, and then we keep on looking at as new methodologies and new technologies become available for us to be able to come with our interpretation. Another interesting aspect, and that's also in honor of all my wonderful doctors that are dentists in Gujarat, is the dental pathologies. And we had pretty much every single tooth in that collection, and there were many, had an interesting pathology. So whether it was cavities and caries, or extreme wear from coarse food, abscesses and infections, or extreme calculus, it was a very interesting collection to actually look at dental health and problems relating from dental health. In one of the cases, it was the cause of death because it was in the upper dentition, and it was a ruptured abscess that went into the sinus cavity into the brain. Other things like in this clavicle, it's the sternal view. We actually have, due to damage in the soft tissue, we actually have the ligaments inserting themselves into the bone in a condition that's called enthesopathy. And we did have quite a few of those examples in the particular collection. One of the very interesting finds, especially when we're looking into the Roman time period, were ulna. We had a very large samples of ulna that were exhibiting amputation, fractures, infections, and all of them in a similar positionality. And those are actually defensive wounds. When somebody is attacking you, especially if you think Roman time period, you're thinking about swords or other objects that are going towards a person. What do? You raise your arm to protect your face, and then the ulna gets the brunt of the blow. A very large percentage of these defensive wounds. A very interesting study about how the body deals in aspects of warfare. Another important part of the cultural tradition in the time was crucifixion. This is a distal tibia exhibiting a crucifixion event. And that was very interesting because unlike the iconic images of what is a crucifixion, the penetration is normally never in the soft tissues in between the metatarsal or metacarpals, or in the phalanges, because the body of the weight will actually shred the point, and the person would not be able to be crucified. So crucifixion actually would take place in sturdier bones that were able to support the weight of the body. And in this collection, we actually had some evidence. Other things were, while we saw the very specialized trephination, we also saw a lot of individuals that had fractures that were never aligned. So what you see here is a tibia with a fracture that was never set, therefore making that leg of the individual about 5 to 6 centimeters shorter than the non-broken leg. And on the side here, I have a cross section of a healing fracture, and you can see the various stages of infection and how those were calcified prior to the final stabilization of the area. Other things that we saw in this population was a lot of bone deterioration due to arthritis, due to possibly pathologies induced to specific labor. And in this particular situation, we have a part of the spinal cord with osteophytosis and osteophytes growing, this bone growth where I have the arrows, which would have made the back of this person extremely painful. That comes from lifting a lot of weights and a lot of wear and tear. And so from Sirmium and these cases, for one, the cases that I was able to share point to probably a local population and not the Roman army. There were all kinds of ages, quite a few adults, but the kinds of wounds that were defensive, but also the diet and what we can see in the rest of the skeleton point to rather poor nutrition, a lot of hard labor, and the age range would not fit what we would say would have been a Roman soldier. So for that portion of the cemetery that we got to look at, and also because we had gender diversity, we would probably point to more of a local population rather than a selection of the soldiers. Now, the last part of my presentation is from my my study area in Barbuda. Barbuda is the sister island of Antigua, so the nation Antigua and Barbuda in the Caribbean. And when I was called to work in Barbuda, it was because the site of Seaview, which you can see in this area here, was actually disturbed because of sea level rise. And then another site was actually, which is near Seaview Indian Town Trail, was disturbed because of quarrying activities. And what happens, and it has been happening every year for the last 15 years that I've been working in Barbuda, when you have a storm, the dune that you can see on your screen here keeps on getting eroded as the vegetation dies. And through that erosion, what's hidden in the dune is actually comes to the surface. And we did have organized excavations from 2008 through 2012 in the dune, but we didn't want to destabilize the dune any further. So we stopped after we had a clear understanding of what was happening. And what is happening is a series of burials in the seaside of this site, dating from 450 to 650 AD. And behind the dune, we were able to find out that the site did not end, but it actually continued, and we even had earlier phases. Now, what you see here, my colleague pointing at, is actually the knees of an individual that is in a fetal position buried into the dune system. And you can see here, this is shortly after we discovered this episode of human remains coming up. We had a total of 4 individuals. The ones that were still more in place, as you can see in the middle here, the face was towards the ocean and the body was in a fetal position with the arms around the legs. And in this particular individual that is here, we actually had some big pottery vessels that were placed in near the person's belly area. That is after field recovery. You can see that the skull is slightly modified. And the preservation, which is one of the interests of mine, is the taphonomic agents and how those act on bone. You can see that there has been all the articular ends have been destroyed because of the sand matrix that these bones were at. Another interesting aspect from the material in Barbuda is that so far we have about 6 human skeletons, and 2 of them actually were surrounded. Each one of them had 1, 2, and 1 in terms of pattern dogs. And we had the burial of dogs surrounding the individual. And that's important to know. And that's one of the great things that you get by having an organized excavation, because it is not a random dog walking around. It is actually, these dogs were bound. The way that their feet were similar to the previous pictures from Kenya of other bound individuals. And we suspect from the way that the head was positioned and the body that they might have been alive when they were buried. So that is not an accidental death of a dog that happened to be near the excavation, but rather the premeditated burial of dogs near individuals. We actually have investigated this further, and there are 26 burials of this kind that come out of Puerto Rico, and many more that have come out of the French Caribbean to what now is known as a cultural practice. And of course, you know, when you have a cultural practice, you don't really have any manuals or any information about why and what did it mean. So we can only postulate that dogs have an important role in people's lives. They protect. If you're a hunter, they help you get food, and also they can always find their way home. So in a burial situation, we might postulate that they help the dead find their way to the afterlife, and that they were also guarding them from whatever harm might come their way. So their purpose in life being translated and go into a similar function at the time of death. And this is the very last example that I'm going to share with all of you, and that is when we have surprises. You can see in the middle here, I'm looking out of this cave, and on the left of your screen is actually the footprint of the cave. All the dotted lines indicate very low ceiling where you have to crawl under. And we started these excavations because we had noted what we thought might have been human remains, but actually was a single bone. So if there was a burial, it was no longer a burial. And what we were able to find as we crawl under the chambers and moved all the way to the back of this cave, this little niche here that I'm pointing with my arrow is actually represented on the far left of your picture. And that was a niche in the far chamber where we had to crawl on our bellies to find. And in that tiny niche, we actually uncovered a multitude of faunal remains. And these faunal remains were not the result of food, but it was the result of probably a ritual. Because what we found was 76 bones belonging to cats, but not a single cat. But by doing MNI, it was actually 11 or more cats. And in the schematic representation of the skeleton, what you see darker is the most elements. So you can see here the jaw, the humerus, the ulna. So we had limbs from cats, we had jaws from cats, and we had atypical breaks that do not happen out in nature. So if an animal breaks its leg is not a spiral fracture. So in this situation, our investigation was not about finding out what happened to a human, but in trying to understand this very atypical context. Other than the 76 cat bones, we had a 3-month-old complete deer skeleton coming out, a parrotfish vertebra, a smoking pipe, 2 glass goblets, and a sheep's toe that was drilled through, and a rib from a cow that had a punctated design. Now, people often make fun of archaeologists that whatever we cannot explain, we actually call ritual. But in this particular situation, we do think that this is a ritualistic deposit. And part of its patterning, it is very similar to what would have been an obeah ritual. And obeah rituals take place, they are for protection. And normally you represent them with various bones from animals in a landscape, and a carnivore like a cat, but also with the symbolism of what you're protecting yourself from. The clay pipe, the smoking pipe that we found, was actually from the early 1800s. There was also lead backshots from a gun, and the goblets had the British Navy insignia on them. 1834 marks emancipation for the island of Barbuda. So one can only postulate that the ritual might have been related to the emancipation from Britain. So to end my presentation, I shared with you a number of examples with trauma, pathology, culture, and how understanding the sequence of events, doing equal amounts of research and investigation to find information, and being very detailed in how we describe things, we can get insights that are critical for us to be able to explain what we see in time, place, environment, and possible cultural affiliations. And our job as forensic archaeologists is to approach this, to approach every case that we have with the same amount of enthusiasm, detail, and dedication, so that we can always provide the best context for the analysis, so that we can come up to the most accurate of interpretations. And in that, I would like to thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Miss Sophia. We really appreciate your intellectual talk. Here we come upon our next lecture, The Power of a Picture, Identifying People Through Images of Their Hands. I invite Mr. Shane Turnidge for the same. I invite Mr. Shane to deliver the lecture.
Okay, good evening, everybody. This is definitely, these are definitely trying times, and I normally present these things in front of real people, and so now I'm embracing the new technology, and we're going to use this through Zoom, and I'm going to try and do the best I can to sort of articulate the topic in hand. So without much further ado, let's get right into it. So images of hands are everywhere. You can go on any website you like. A lot of the buy and sell websites in India, I think you have a site called OLX that you use to buy and sell goods. You've got Kijiji in Canada. You've got Craigslist that's around the world. There's all kinds of websites that are good for finding images of hands, and they're very common. And the strange thing about this is that these types of images are often found in criminal investigations, but the investigators are more focused on the actual object in the hand than they are in the actual hand itself. So the types of crime that you see these type of images commonly resolved with, the child exploitation is probably very, very big. A lot of images with hands in child exploitation cases. Weapons, drugs, sexual assault, thefts are very, very common to find these images. And these are the types of images that we're talking about. You know, investigators will focus perhaps on the pen. They will focus perhaps on the coin. They'll focus perhaps on the phone or the gun or the drugs. The real challenge for forensic professionals is to try and help investigators realize that the evidence, while the things that are in their hand may be relevant and important, the actual image of their hands is the thing that can actually really support their investigation. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about the presentation that I'm going to give you today. We're going to talk about sources of evidence, the methodology that I that I use to actually convert the image of a hand into something that you can compare with fingerprints or palm prints. We're going to talk a little bit about image clarity, clarification, and pre-calibration with respect to APHIS. I'm going to tell you about some of the things that you should be considering when it comes to using images as evidence. We're also going to talk about some cell phone images and social media, and of course, case studies. So some real world examples of how this has been used. So for the sources of evidence, the most common and obvious one, of course, is the cell phones. And cell phones have come such a long way. The cell phones that I use in this presentation, I doubt any of the students in the class still have. And if they do, they're probably wanting to upgrade. So that just speaks volumes as to the value of this evidence, because the evidence is getting better and better and better. You'll find this evidence on tablets and computers, especially with child exploitation cases, where people hoard massive amounts of these images. You find them from actual cameras. Like, cameras still have a use. Some of the cameras are really fantastic for optics, and they have large CCD chips or CMOS chips in the back. You can take fantastic images. And of course, you've got the internet, all kinds of websites. Some of them actually showing criminality in real time. Okay. So we're going to talk about the methodology. How do we process known or unknown images so that they can be compared to known prints? The steps are pretty straightforward. You have to horizontally flip the image. You have to invert it. You then have to clarify it, which means make it sharper. And then you have to, if you're going to be using this through an APHIS system, you have to pre-calibrate it. In other words, get the image to an approximate size so that APHIS can actually handle it. And most modern APHIS systems, once you've got images that they can handle, they can do the fine tuning themselves. And then of course, the calibration, is going to help you encode, search, and save these records. So take this slide, for instance. This is a picture of a hand, and this is the print of the exact same hand.
Shane,
You'll
I'm
notice.
sorry for
Oh, sorry.
interrupting you.
Yeah.
I think you have not shared your slide. We are not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm really sorry.
That's let me get this. How's that?
Still, we cannot see your slides.
Okay. Why is that? Let's see what we got here. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do this again. Okay. Technical issues first thing in the morning from Canada. Okay, let's try this again. How's that?
Yeah, now it's showing. You can just make it a full mode.
I'll make it full mode, of course. There we are.
Perfect.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll just show the images and we'll just get back to the presentation. So I talked about the types of presentations. These are the types of images that you will come across and investigators will come across. And as I said, many of them just focus on the actual objects in the image and not the actual hand itself. And so a large part of our challenge with respect to these images is going to be, how do we get investigators to gain awareness so that they will gather this type of evidence? And I'll show you exactly how valuable this evidence is going to become. All right. So we talked about the sources, all the presentation overview, types of evidence, the methodology itself. All right. So now we have an image. We have an image of a hand, and we have a print of the same hand. You'll notice that the thumbs are on opposite sides. And that's because when you see an image, you're not looking at the imprint. So if you turn the hand over and you make the print, now all of a sudden you can explain that the thumbs will be on the same side. So what we do to solve that problem is whenever we see an image of a hand, we flip it. We horizontally flip it, and now the thumbs are on the same side. Okay, so that's a very important first step. Otherwise, you would be comparing the wrong hand. The next step you want to do is you want to invert the image. In other words, create a negative. So in images, the furrows and the major minor creases usually appear darker. All right, and so what you want to do, and the tops of the ridges usually appear lighter. When you invert it, you create a negative. You make the surface of the ridges dark and synchronizes the ridges to the known impressions. So once you've horizontally flipped it, and once you have inverted the image, you now have prints that you can actually compare. Okay, the black ridges will be the black on the, as you see on the print. The black ridges will be in the photo. Okay, this is the time when the transformation of this type of evidence will really take place. But first, we're going to talk a little bit about clarity. So a lot of people think that the larger the file size, the clearer the image will be. It's actually a lot of things that actually that affect clarity in images. The resolution that the image was either taken in or saved in. Was the camera in focus? What kind of lighting was available in that image? Was the subject moving while the image was acquired, right? What kind of optical equipment is being used by that particular camera? Now, the size of the CCD chip or the CMOS chip, most cameras nowadays, most cell phone cameras have CMOS chips, and they're much better at getting much more information into and to create an image. How many megapixels does that camera have, right? And what type of image compression method did that particular camera use? And of course, the actual hand orientation in the picture. These things are all very important, and they affect the clarity in images. So not every image of hands that you're going to see you're going to have success with, and it's usually going to be attributed to one of these or one or many of these things that you're going to come across. So clarification, right? The preferred I guess graphics art tool for clarification in law enforcement circles is Photoshop. And with Photoshop, you're able to make fine adjustments to actually really maximize the value within that image, right? There's a function in Photoshop, and it's in some other graphics art programs as well, where you can reduce the noise. And one of the really great things you can do is check off this wonderful little box here. It says remove JPEG artifact. So when you create a JPEG image, you are creating minute artifacts, but it could be something important depending on the size of the image. So it's always a great idea before you start working with these things to remove the JPEG artifact. And then there's a function in Photoshop called black and white. What I would do is I would go to black and white, the black and white image enhancement option, and focus only on the cyans and the blues. If you have another graphics art program, you can also work within the blues, usually within the blues. They may or may not have the cyans available, but the blues should work. And why that's important is because typically the underside of your hand is a flesh color. It's kind of pinkish. When you invert it, you actually turn it blue. So most of the pixels are going to be attributed to the blue range of pixels. And this is why you want to adjust on these. Once you've got that, the image should be black and white or grayscale. Even though it's probably still colored, as far as the image is concerned, the image itself will be made, for all intents and purposes, grayscale. It's a good time to do a histogram adjustment. So the left side of the graph here, this is a typical histogram. You can see this shows you where all the pixels in that image actually reside. And you can see there's a fairly decent number of pixels over towards the left side and a fairly decent number of pixels over towards the right side. The left side of the image represents the darker pixels, the shadows. The right side of the image represents the white pixels, the very light pixels, all right? And the middle, sometimes called the gamma, is your midtones, all right? You can adjust these markers. So if your image, you don't really need as many white pixels, you bring the marker over. If you don't need so many dark pixels, bring that over, and this will just balance your image. The midtones will balance your image out. So what happens is you go to black and white, you focus on the blue scales, you do some brightness contrast adjustments, exposures, shadow highlights, and you may even be able to do more within the APHIS system, depending on which APHIS system you use. And the reason you want to do that, it's really important for APHIS to be able to encode these images, okay? So the more contrast between the ridges and the furrows, the easier it's going to be for your APHIS to auto-encode, which can save you some time. Otherwise, you'll be going through and manually encoding if you don't make the identification on the first search, okay? So we started with a flipped and inverted image, and now we have a clarified image. All right, you can see how much robust information is in this particular image versus the one that you just flipped and inverted. So once again, the process review, the original image, you horizontally flip it, you invert it, you clarify it, and then you can compare it to your prints. Okay. So let's talk about a few things when dealing with hands and images. Creases and wrinkles, right? Some of the smaller creases may not be visible in the actual photographic image itself. And the reason for that is that some of the smaller creases are actually skin folds. So you can imagine if the skin is folded, the part that would not make contact with the surface when you're trying to make a print won't reproduce, okay? So don't expect every crease you see in an image to actually be visible in the actual photograph. Now, also the other thing is there is a significant amount of friction-ridge detail on both the edge and the tips of digits, which may or may not be recorded on a fingerprint record. So in modern times, we talk about APHIS systems a lot, but we should also be talking about live scan, fingerprint and palm print acquisition systems. Fingerprints typically they used to be rolled from nail edge to nail edge. Now they're rolled about 45-degree angles to another 45-degree angles. So there's an awful lot of missing information that could have been recorded, but because of the way we acquire fingerprints on a live scan system, it just doesn't get recorded that way anymore. So let's talk about the process. You know, we horizontally flip the image. This is the one we're working on. This is the horizontally flipped image. Then we're going to invert it and we're going to clarify it. All right. Here's the problem. So this is a known fingerprint. All right. These green dots just give you an idea of where the features are common to both. You'll see that the bulk of these features is in this region, but all the friction ridge detail out here is not recorded on the known print. And that becomes very important when you're actually going to be trying to use fingerprints for identification, or at least images of fingerprints for identification, because if the fingerprint is actually taken on the side of a digit, you may or may not have that information recorded in the known record. And it's something to be very, very concerned and aware of. My recommendation is that if you see a nail in the actual image that you're working with, you should try and talk to your investigator and sometimes your prosecutor, and find a legal means to obtain a photograph of the side of that person's hand so that you can actually compare exactly this information that wasn't on the known record. Another issue is that in images, you see everything. So you'll see everything on the surface of the ridge, and you'll see everything in the furrow. On a known print, you'll only see the information that really is on the surface of the ridge, and any sort of features that rise above the actual furrow and are able to make contact with the surface that the print has been deposited on. So sometimes you'll see a robust feature like this, and it might not look so robust in the actual image itself. It's something to be aware of. And there's also something that's kind of unique in photographs and looking at prints of hands, is that sometimes the lighting, you can start off with a really dark ridge and then all of a sudden it becomes really, really light. It's important to be very careful when you're doing a ridge to ridge comparison to make sure you don't lose your place, all right? Because it can be kind of confusing depending on how often you do this, all right? In forensic science, there's a requirement and a responsibility to keep really good notes. And when you use pictures to identify people in a forensic manner, you're governed by a couple of different guidelines. One would be the SWIG-FAST guidelines, which we're familiar with, which talk about the standard for documentation of analysis, comparison, and verification of a latent print. But also, there's the SWIG-IT guidelines. The SWIG-IT is the image guidelines for best practices for documenting image enhancement. And the reason you do that is because you want to be able to reproduce your process, right? Reproducibility is very important in science. So from an image perspective, make sure you write down everything you do to that image, and maybe, make sure you save a working copy versus the actual original, leave the original untouched, and then write down everything you do, all the choices that you make. You horizontally flipped it, you inverted it, you clarified it. Write down all the steps of the clarification. Write the numbers associated with the various dimensions of image clarification, and make sure that you definitely document it as thorough as possible so that you can actually give this to another expert and defend your practices, all right? And the reason you do that, of course, is because just, judicial systems are where the ultimate accountability is for forensic examiners. The court is where you're going to be scrutinized the most, and the court is where you're going to have to defend your processes and conclusions. So now we're going to talk a little bit about pre-calibration and calibration for APHIS, all right? What I like to do, because sometimes depending on the image or where the image came from, I've even noticed on my own cell phone how big the pictures can be, especially when you don't shrink them, you don't change the sizes. to make them more suitable for social media. If you have huge images, APHIS really hasn't, it doesn't like to handle huge images. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to reduce the image, again, making notes as you do it, so that it's actually usable within APHIS, okay? And what I did was I did some research, and I came up with average hand dimensions for the average person. So, you know, down here you've got your thumb. The length of your thumb is typically 3.2 centimeters on a male, 2.9 on a female. And you go down the list. Here you use the wrist to the distal transverse crease. You know, it's 7 centimeters on the average male, 5.5 to 7 on a female. You're going to have to use some judgment, all right, when it comes to pre-calibrating an image. And the reason you do that is to make your images more APHIS friendly, okay? I can give this slide to anybody who needs it. So the goal in pre-calibration is not to be 100% accurate for the APHIS system. You need to just get it reasonably close to life size. Okay. And once you've got the size down, once you've got the image to approximately 1:1, you should resample them to either 500 ppi or 1,000. And APHIS systems usually accept either a JPEG or a TIFF format. Of course, you know, us forensic folks are perfectionists, and we want the best of the best. 1,000 PPIs and TIFF is very much preferred. So then you bring your image into APHIS, and you're able to, in the Cogent system or the Thales system that's available now, you'll see that you can actually calibrate it by a scale. So if there's a scale in the image, which just doesn't happen, nobody puts a scale in their images. You can size by ridge count, which is actually a really good thing to do for fingerprints. I'll talk about that in a little bit further down the road here. And we can test by testing the ruler. So again, it's just another method of finding how to sort of size an image within APHIS. So there was an anomaly I discovered with respect to palm images. All right. When I sized a palm print by ridge count, you can see the palm image itself here is much smaller than when I sized it by the ruler, okay? The correct one, believe it or not, is the ruler, because in this particular image, there was a scale. In this one here, you can see that, you know, there's a scale, but because I sized by ridge count, it looks much smaller than this one, all right? So here we go. My theory was that palm friction ridges are much less dense than finger friction ridges, and APHIS systems haven't adapted to this. They use the ridge calibration based on the ridge density of fingers. And so I did a little experiment. I ran 50 subjects that, you know, I used the ridge counts per inch, and I got the data associated with it. Okay, the areas I measured were the thumb, the middle finger, and the hypothenar palm for each subject. So here you go. Average ridges per inch on a thumb were 55.24, on a middle finger 56.92. That's pretty close, but there's a significant difference in the density of hypothenar or outside of the palm ridge density. And it's a huge difference, and it can affect whether or not an APHIS system will actually match that record. All right. There's been papers done on this subject, and actually they even say within the palm itself, there's a tremendous variability on the ridge density within palms. So the APHIS company's approach to, one size fits all, it's not very good for the purposes of calibration. So as long as you're aware of the differences in the the density of ridges, you can make adjustments. So I found that the palm images, when by ridge count, were 77% the size of the rulers. And so my easy solution to that is just increase the size of your palm by 20 to 25%. And that becomes very important for searching APHIS, searching through an APHIS system, any images you may come across. With fingers, you can use the ridge count functionality. On palms, you may have to adjust it by 20 to 25%. Okay. And I ran tests on this. So 20 latent prints with previous actual casework. I processed via the ridge calibration method. 15 hit on the first search, the automated search, where the system automatically encodes the actual prints. And 3 of the 5 mislatents hit after I manually encode them. There was only 2 latents out of the 20 that were unresolved. And these were real world prints. They weren't nice. They were the actual kind of prints you see in real casework. So 90% success, that's reasonable. In the latent palms side of the coin, I searched 10 latent palms with previous case actual identifications. 7 of those palm prints hit on the first wildcard automated. And then of course, when I changed the size, increased the size by 25%, all right, we had 100% success. And that's pretty impressive. Now, I also did some other research with respect to APHIS. And with APHIS, once upon a time, a long time ago, APHIS systems were not very tolerant for poorly calibrated images. The slightest calibration changes would cause you to miss the actual print. So you would search a latent print and expect to find or hope to find a matching candidate. You wouldn't, because the actual APHIS itself wasn't tolerant enough for those physical differences, the actual physical spatial relationships. It couldn't handle it. I actually did an experiment, and I found in modern day, you can actually be plus or minus 20%, either 20% bigger, 20% smaller. And most APHIS systems will actually catch that print. So it's nothing to be afraid of. You don't have to be perfect. You can try and be as close as you possibly can. It'll increase your chances of finding that particular record. But APHIS systems in this day and age are very, very forgiving. And all of the vendors that make APHIS systems now are so close to one another on capability. It's nothing to concern yourself with, okay? As I said before, let me just grab a coffee here. Everybody has to have a coffee, especially latent print examiners. So the largest challenge with hands and images is really investigator awareness. Helping investigators understand that, yes, what the person's holding is important. It may be relevant to the actual crime, but the actual image of the hand is the thing that can actually really support their investigation, because you not only have the object in the hand, but now you know who's holding it, okay? So I tell investigators, to look for reasonably close-up images of hands or fingers, all right? I also tell them to look for the presence of creases. If you see creases in an image, those are images you're going to want to get checked out. All right. The smaller the creases that you actually see in an image, the better, because those are the ones that will tell you that you may end up with some friction ridges. And if you're really lucky, you'll even see friction ridges in the actual image itself. So what we need, I think, is we need to see some examples of actual hands in images, right? And how this process works, all right? So here we have an original image, right? Guy holding a couple of bullets. We get down to the clarification, grayscale, high contrast. You see all those creases just pop. We're going to horizontally flip it and clarify it. And this is the type of friction ridge detail that you can pull out of that original image. It's remarkable. And this is on an iPhone 5S. Yeah, I doubt anybody's got one of those. Maybe they do. This is an iPhone 6. There's an original image. We have a nice contrast, and all of a sudden things start to sort of become visible. So the original image, the horizontal flip, the inversion, and the clarification. And now look at what you've got. Incredible amount of ridge detail that you could probably fairly easily identify the subject of this person. And of course, if you were going to use your pre-calibration skills, you know the length of an index finger. You can approximate that to make this image much more wieldy. And then you can get it into APHIS, where you can fine tune it with the ridge count function and search it and hopefully find the person. Here's another example on a really old phone, Samsung, original image, some nice contrast there. We've horizontally flipped it, we've inverted it, and we've clarified it. And even on this image, this area here in the palm, look at that. It's remarkable. You wouldn't expect to see this out of that. Samsung S5. It's also kind of a dated phone. The same thing, we've grayscaled, high contrast. We horizontally flipped it, we've inverted it, we've clarified it, and there we have it. It's just fantastic. It's an S6, same process. This one here is just stunning. And the reason I'm showing you all these phones is because these are old, ancient phones. You know, a BlackBerry Z30. Guy's holding a package of candy. High contrast image. Even on the probably one of the worst phones out there, we're able to get this, which is stunning. Same thing. Look at that. Image clarification is really important, and it's something that I believe every latent print examiner should be very, very much attuned with. I recommend you take a Photoshop course if you haven't had one. Photoshop does what we've always done in forensic science. What we used to do in the darkroom with photographic skills, now we do with Photoshop. And nothing has really changed. You still have all the same capabilities that you had in the darkroom. In fact, now you have more. And it's really valuable to be able to use the graphics art applications such as Photoshop to sort of support these particular processes. So these images can come from all kinds of social media sources. There are tons of them. You know, this is a typical guy who was selling small baby birds. He just posted this online. I did the exact same process. This is actually from a social media account. So let's talk a little bit about the real world. These are actual real case studies on the actual hands and images thing. And this was a case, it was a weapons case here in Canada. This old BlackBerry phone was used to take this picture. Investigator found this picture, and it shows a weapon, even shows a serial number. And you see somehow through the trigger, the camera has focused more on the actual friction ridges than it did on the actual weapon. And that's a thing with cameras. They sometimes do that. This investigator knew me, and he had a sort of a quasi interest in forensic science. And he realized that this might be valuable. And so he brought it over, and I sort of enlarged this particular thing here. So remember what I said, you horizontally flip it, you invert it, and then you clarify it. Here's your clarification. This is actually the known print record. This is the proximal flange of the middle finger of the left hand. Ordinarily, you're not making identifications on this particular piece of friction skin. But when it came time to go to court, the court demonstration aid was actually very effective. This particular case was also a weapons case and involved Twitter. So this gentleman posted this particular image on Twitter. He was not supposed to be in anywhere near firearms or explosives. Same thing. This is the original image that we pulled off of Twitter. Again, you're documenting everything as you go. We horizontally flipped it, we inverted it, we clarified it, right? And there's your court evidence. Here we have an Instagram case. Again, another subject who wasn't supposed to be anywhere near weapons. The same process. What I really liked was what he put on his Instagram thing. Sometimes the question is it really worth it? I think I might be able to answer that for him. Again, horizontally flipped, inverted, clarified, and there was the court evidence against him. The important thing for investigators, and the thing you have to, it's always a good idea to have very good channels of communications with your investigators. You ask them, if any case you're working on, if you see a reasonably close image of hands, right? If you see friction creases or you see creases, you see friction ridges, right? Just don't assume that these particular images have little forensic value, because they may just have tremendous forensic value. And if in doubt, get those images checked. All right. Just before I conclude, the road ahead, right? Images are going to get better and better. The cameras that are in cell phones right now are crazy good. And these images are going to be sharper, they're going to be bigger, they're going to be crisper, they've got better optics, right? The actual quality of the evidence is always getting better. It's really important to get investigator awareness of this particular type of evidence, and more investigator awareness is going to lead to more and more actual casework. When you get that, you get more general acceptance in the courts. We've had several cases in Canada now where this type of evidence has been used in the courts, and the courts has no trouble with it as long as the forensic protocols are put into place, right? There are standards that affect this type of evidence. SWIG-FAST are now becoming under OSACs. All these various subcategories of forensic science have standards for documentation, standards for identification, standards that, are going to keep forensic people on the sunny side of the street with respect to the courts. And because you're dealing with images, it's really important that you actually not only keep good notes, but you must remember you've got your feet in both worlds. You've got your feet in the fingerprint side of the coin, in the fingerprint standards, right? And you also have your feet in the image standards. And so you have to make sure that you make good notes with respect to images and good notes with respect to actual fingerprints, because we will be held accountable with our judicial systems. And that is my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it.
It was nice hearing to you, Mr. Shane. Here I invite Mr. Tim Thompson for our next lecture on understanding heat-induced changes in bone and embarrassing bioarchaeology of cremation. Over to you, Mr. Tim.
Thank you very much for the invitation to talk today. I'm going to talk a little bit about burnt bone and the study of cremated material. I'm going to talk a bit about the context of burnt bone and the context of studying cremations. We'll have a little look at some of the changes that bone goes through when it's burned. We'll have a look at some of the methods that we can use to study burnt bone, and then we are going to have a look at some examples at the end as well, which I hope will put all of this into a bit of context. The study of burnt bone is very broad. There's a lot that we could talk about, and obviously we don't have the time to do that. So this is a fairly whistle-stop tour. It's a fairly fast whiz through some of these issues and areas that I think are of interest. But if anyone has any questions or wants any further information, then people are very welcome to email me or contact me afterwards. I'll be happy to talk it through a bit more. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to have a look at is just, I think, understand a little bit more about why people study burnt bone, why it's important, but also why it's perhaps falling behind a bit in terms of the study of osteology and other areas of bone. Now, partly this is because it's a very challenging material to study, and there have been, over the years and over the past decades, there has been this view that burnt bone cannot tell you anything. You can't learn anything about people from burnt bone. You can't do any identification or any profiling because the material is too small, it's too fragmented, and it's changed too much. And I like this, I'm just going to scooch over a second. I like this quote here from the 1930s. It's, guys, 90 years old now. But here we have an eminent professor explaining why there's no point in studying burnt bone, why you can't take anything out of this. And even though this is a very old perspective and a really old view on the subject, just a couple of years ago, I had a similar sorts of view given to me in one of the grant application that I sent through. And this was the feedback that we had from our application. And there was a questioning of the methods that we were using, questioning whether or not we can get information out of burnt bone. And, again, really just continuing that idea from the 1930s that burnt bone doesn't tell you anything. Now, this is all wrong. This is absolutely wrong. And there have been lots of studies over recent years which have demonstrated that you can get exactly the same amount of information from burnt bone as you can get from unburnt bone or buried bone. It is more challenging, it's harder to do, but you can get that information. So this view that we're seeing here is very antiquated for people like me that study burnt bone. However, we still see it permeating through the discipline of archaeology and forensic sciences as well. And the thing about burnt bone, though, is that it appears in many, many different contexts. So the study of burnt bone isn't the study of something which we hardly ever see. It's not some small, tiny aspect of archaeology or some minuscule aspect of forensic science. It's very common. We see burnt material from plane crashes and car crashes, from house fires. We see it from attempts to cover up murders or hide kind of forensic evidence. We see it in terms of the archaeological context and funerary patterns. We see it in modern funerary contexts as well. So there are a huge number of contexts. And in the UK alone, there's something like 20,000 unstudied cremated bone contexts that we still have to look at. So this is a huge area of work. But there has been very little work done on it. When we think about the amount of work that goes into forensic anthropology generally, or archaeology generally, in terms of the focus on the skeleton, only a very small amount of that focuses on burnt bone. And here, what I've done is I've just clustered together some key themes in terms of how the subject has developed over the years. And we can see that pre-1980s, the study of burnt bone was really just about looking at interesting archaeological contexts that archaeologists had excavated, were working through, and were noting interesting features that they'd seen. So they were noticing the color change, they were noticing fracture patterns and those sorts of things. Then we move into the 1980s and we start seeing some more experimental studies, people wanting to understand why we were seeing that color change, why we were seeing fracturing in the way that we were seeing it, and why those archaeological contexts in particular were displaying the features that they were. So we had a number of experimental studies, but I called them actualistic experimental studies because what people like to do were put bodies or animal analogues on pyres, on bonfires, and burn them that way and to see what happened. And the thinking there is always that it's more realistic. You know, if we can put the body on a pyre, it's more realistic in terms of what we would actually see in the archaeological or the forensic context. But the problem with that, though, is that you don't get to control any of the variables. You don't get to, when you look at the results of those actualistic studies, it's really hard to know whether the fracturing that you're seeing is the result of the temperature or the way in which you built the pyre or the weather or the soft tissues. And as we get into the 1990s and the 2000s, we start seeing more lab-based experimental studies where researchers have focused on just one particular element of that milieu of change that we see on burnt bone. And so we move away then from these actualistic studies into something which, you know, some people have criticized for being not being realistic, for being very fake in terms of how it is. But the advantage for me, I mean, I'm very much for that experimental approach. The advantage for me is that it allows you to control those variables and you can really understand the impact of any one particular variable. And then you draw those studies together to understand holistically what's happening. Then as we move through into sort of the mid-noughties all the way through to where we are now, what we're seeing is an increase in microscopic analysis of burnt bone. So that experimental philosophy is still there, but the equipment that we have to do those studies is vastly improving. And that's simply a consequence of just, you know, the development of scientific method. But it's also a consequence, I think, of a more collaborative approach to experimental research. So we're seeing forensic scientists, archaeologists working more with people from a chemistry background or a biology background or a geology background. And we're also seeing greater accessibility of these analytical methods as well. More of these advanced analytical pieces of kit are making their ways into standard laboratories, and particularly in the university settings where we have, you know, the equipment that we have in our lab now is far superior to the equipment that we had in the lab when I was studying the subject as an undergrad. And that's just, and that has allowed us then to become increasingly nuanced in our studies. What we're also seeing is a development of a number of these review commentaries. We've got to the stage now where we have finally, you know, from the mid-80s up to now, a substantial body of knowledge. We understand what bone does when it burns. We understand what the human body does when it burns. And now people are pausing and reflecting upon the work that has been done, drawing all these studies together and allowing us a fuller understanding of what's happening to the body. And that's really interesting because what we're then doing is using those review studies as a springboard for further research. And it's a very timely thing to do. So hopefully what we can see then from this is this development of the study in burnt bone. And it's important, I think, just to appreciate that because it helps us understand why we're doing what we're doing now. But it also underlines the fact that people have really only been studying burnt bone in a systematic and purposeful way for about 20, 25 years, something like that. So it's not very long at all when we think about how long people have been studying the skeleton more broadly. And as I was putting this kind of presentation together, and I kind of realized I started studying burnt bone in 1999, which was when I was doing my master's in Bradford, and I did it for my project. And that was the, in fact, it was, I remember exactly where I was. I was in the library when I was searching for a journal article to do for my journal review assessment. And I came across a paper which was talking about the challenges of identifying bodies from plane crashes. And that is what kind of stimulated my interest in understanding what happens to bone and bodies when it burns. And I realized now that I've been studying burnt bone probably certainly for some of the students that will be watching this from before they were born. And that is a very sobering and quite depressing thought. Okay, so that then has put it in a little bit of context. It's a subject which no one really cares about because it's quite challenging, but we're seeing an exponential increase in research over the past 20 years, particularly over the past 5 to 10 years. So now we're going to have a quick look at some of the heat-induced changes that we see. What happens to bone when it burns? So we have 4 stages of transformation. And these 4 stages were really first described by a forensic anthropologist out of Canada called Pamela Main-Correa. And then we did a bit of work and revised them a number of years later. But what we can see are those 4 stages through which bone will go. And we have dehydration, which is the first, which is when the water is removed. Decomposition is when the organic material is removed. The inversion stage is when we start seeing a change in that chemical structure of the bone. And then the fusion stage is when we start to see a transformation of the crystal structure of the bone. We can see some rough temperature ranges with each of these 4 stages, but I think the key things to take away from this diagram are that as you work your way up those 4 stages from dehydration up to fusion, we start seeing an increasing amount of change to the bone. So the fusion is the most transformative stage as a result of burning. We also see that starts at about 700 degrees, which is roughly the average temperature of a house fire. So again, this fusion stage, this most transformative stage, is something that we would expect to see in a routine fire. The other thing to bear in mind is that these are not discrete changes. So it's entirely possible for a single skeleton or even a single bone from a single skeleton to be exhibiting the changes in each of these 4 phases at the same time. And they all have a slightly different impact on our ability to do our anthropological assessments, but we're going to come back to those a little bit later. The fusion is the key stage. That's the one where we're seeing the crystal structure of the bone change. We start seeing the crystals fuse and coalesce together. We see a transformation from small, poorly ordered crystals to very large, well-ordered crystals. We see a transformation in that crystal structure. So it almost becomes a pure form of hydroxyapatite, which is the composition of bone. It becomes, as the bone works its way through that fusion stage, more like a ceramic. And it sounds like a ceramic as well when you kind of tap it against something. Color change is one of the kind of key areas of interest for people who are looking at burnt bone, because it's the most obvious. Bone goes from its natural kind of tanny, bony color all the way through to dark grays, blacks, light grays, and whites as it goes. And it works its way up through that kind of color index through those 4 phases of transformation. And really, the bone would expect to get to that kind of white phase when it hits that fusion stage there. And so that's, if bone has turned a very pure white, and sometimes there's hints of turquoise or pink in there as well, that's when we would assume that the bone has worked its way through all those 4 stages. We're going to come back to color change because it's an important area for study. So what else happens? Well, the surface of the bone changes as well. We've got some images here from scanning electron microscopy, and we can see the surface of bone at different temperatures. And again, we can see this transformation as the heating intensity increases. We see the increase in fractures and cracking and flaking away of the bone surface as the bone increases in its through its intensity of burning. But then once we get to 700 degrees, 900 degrees, if that fusion stage starts, what we start seeing then is a transformation of that surface, and it looks less like normal bone, like you can see in that 100 degrees category, and a little bit more like it's been described as like a lava flow, or looking like the moon's surface in different papers. But you can see how it's transformed. The number of pores decreases, it becomes a bit smoother, you lose those fractures that have been developing over time and over that intensity of burning. And really, the way that you can kind of think about this happening is it's because the fusion phase of the bone has started. Those crystals are becoming, that crystal structure is becoming mobile, it's becoming fluid. It's not really, but you can kind of think of it that way. And then the bone is restructuring and reordering as a consequence of that. So we also see warping and we see fracturing as well. So the warping is interesting because not every bone that's burnt bends. We only see it in a few examples, and there's been a lot of interest in the literature as to what causes bones to bend. Some people have argued that it's to do with the expansion of the air within the bone as a consequence of the heat causing it to bend. I don't really believe that. I don't think that's the case. Bone is porous, the air gets in and out, so I don't think actually expanding the air inside will have that significant effect. Some people have argued that it's to do with the collagen in the bone contracting as the bone heats up, but again, I'm not entirely convinced that the collagen is strong enough to bend the bone that way. For me, I think what is a more likely cause for bone bending is as the bone heats up and it works its way into that fusion stage where it becomes quite malleable, then the weight of the body or other objects around it causes the bone to bend as it goes through. I think that kind of makes some sense. The fracturing is interesting though, and again we see different sorts of fractures depending on the context of burning, and here we've got some really nice U-shaped fractures on this piece of bone. We see these fractures develop as a consequence of the contraction of the muscle tissues as a consequence of the burning. And so you can get a sense of directionality and timing as well from these fractures. What's really interesting though is that we see these U-shaped fractures like in this diagram here in bone that's burnt with soft tissue on. So bone that's burnt dry, there's been a period of decomposition, doesn't show these sorts of U-shaped fractures. We get instead a linear rectangular grid-like pattern of fractures across the bone. And that's a really useful rule of thumb for differentiating the two types of bone. It's not true in all cases. We have done some work to show that you can still get some U-shaped fractures in some bones that have gone through a period of decomposition, but we think that's still happening because the collagen is still present in the bone. So here we have a figure where we've attempted to draw together some of these heat-induced changes. We can see color change and loss of weight and fractures and porosity changes and all sorts. When you look at the academic literature and the research in this particular area, what you tend to see are lots of papers that focus on things like color change or weight loss, or even fracture patterns and fragmentation. And those are interesting papers and they're useful in themselves, but actually they're not really telling you anything about the process through which the bone is going as a consequence of burning, because those sorts of features are actually the consequence of other changes that are going on in the bone. So if we think about color change and porosity change, for example, or color change and weight loss, those are the consequence of the loss of the organic material going through the bone. If we think about dimensional change, the fact that bone shrinks as it burns at high intensities, and it can shrink by up to 25–30% depending on the intensity and the conditions of burning. Well, that is linked to the change in the inorganic component of the bone. So what we've done here is we've clustered these changes together to show the relationships between them. And fundamentally what this shows is that it leads us to two key changes within the bone as a consequence of burning. The loss of the organic material, that then causes a number of changes, and the change in the crystal structure of the bone, which causes another set of changes. And so we have designated those two, the organic loss of the organic material and the inorganic change, the primary level changes, and the examples that we see on the screen here are secondary level changes. Now for me, although these are really interesting, these secondary level changes that we can see on the screen, I'm more interested in the primary level changes because for me they explain the secondary. And much of my research since doing this particular piece of work has focused on looking at the inorganic component of bone. How does that change over time? How does that change through burning? And how does that affect our methods of anthropology and so on as we go forward? Now, why should we care? Who cares about burnt bone? Why should we care about heat-induced change? Well, very simply, because every one of those primary and secondary level changes that we've just had a look at will cause an impact on our ability to accurately create an osteoprofile of a skeleton that's gone through a period of burning. So all of our methods, our metric and our morphological methods that we might want to use, some of our biomolecular methods as well, will all be impacted by heat-induced change. So we can't ignore it, because whenever we do an osteoprofile on burnt bone, we are introducing inaccuracies in a way that we wouldn't if the bone was unburnt. And so it's really important that we understand these sorts of changes and what causes them and how they're influenced and how they manifest, because it helps us then to interpret our anthropological profiling when we do that on burnt material. So it is actually really important that we study this, and people have been realizing this over the past 10 years or so. Okay, so we've had a look at the context of the study of burnt bone. We've had a look at some of the key changes that bone goes through when it's burned. Now we're just going to have a look at a few different methods of analysis that we can use, which is allowing us a greater level of understanding. So I'm going to focus on current, like new development methods, as opposed to some of the older traditional methods that people have been using. We're going to start with just thinking about imaging. So there's been a real increase in accessibility of different imaging methods, and those are being applied really nicely to burnt material. So we've applied some surface scanning methods, some of our structured light methods we've applied to burnt bone quite nicely. When we're trying to reconstruct fragments of burnt bone, you can scan each portion and knit it back together again in 3D space. But here we have an example from Lisa Harvig's work, where they have used micro CT to scan, in this case, archaeological urns from Denmark, to have a look at the contents inside. And you can see the urn on the left-hand side, and you can see the CT scan on the right-hand side. And those white things that you can see, that's bone inside the material here. And so what this scanning has allowed us to do is it allows us to get a much better sense of the condition of the material, because you can spot heat-induced change from these CT scans. You can see the fracture patterns and so on. But it also gives you a really good sense of the position of the body in the urns or in the containers that you might be interested in here. Subsequent work has demonstrated that the act of excavating this material out of the urns increases fragmentation. So it's much better to do a scan like this first before you start that process, so you can get a sense of the undisturbed skeletal remains in there. This has also been applied to burnt bone in forensic context, but there the emphasis has been more on using MRI, but that's okay for looking at whole bodies with soft tissue. MRI is not great for looking at bone, particularly burnt bone. CT is much more effective for looking at burnt bone. So there's some scope then in exploring these new imaging modalities that we have access to. This is another paper that's I quite like, and this is from Couture, and they had a context in the United Arab Emirates where they had recovered a collection of burnt material, and they weren't sure if it was human or if it was animal material. And so they used histological slicing and then imaging through that to make a conclusion as to whether or not this is human material or animal. And you can see the material, the fragments that they were dealing with on the left-hand side. You can see the histological slices. Taking histological slices out of burnt bone is actually very challenging because the bone is quite fragile. When the bone goes through that dehydration and then the decomposition phase, the bone becomes very porous and very delicate and fragile. And it's very likely to fall apart then as you collect your histological slices. So you have to embed the material quite carefully. But you can see some lovely images, thin sections on the right-hand side, and they were able to use this imaging method to conclude that these were human remains. And so they were able to then conclude that this particular cave deposit that they had demonstrated some of the earliest examples of cremation in this particular part of the world. There's also been an increased interest in the use of stable isotopes. Now, for many years, people have assumed that you can't do stable isotopic analysis on burnt bone because the process of burning, because of the impact on the crystal structure and the chemical structure of the bone, it messes up the carbon and oxygen isotope ratios and makes them redundant for the use of looking at things like diet and migration and so forth. But there's been some great work over the past few years focusing on strontium as a method for stable isotope analysis. And it seems that strontium isn't affected by the burning process, which is fantastic. So we now have a method, and this is an example from Stonehenge in the UK. So we now have a method where we can start looking at diet from cremated individuals. And then when we can start using diet, we can explore the potential then a little bit for mobility and migration as well. So this is opening up a whole new area of analysis, particularly, as I said, because this is a relatively new method. It's only been applied for the past probably 5 years or so, if that. And we were able then to go back and reanalyze a number of really important archaeological cremation sites. As far as I'm aware, it hasn't been used on forensic cases yet, or at least nothing's been published to show that it has, but there's no reason why it can't. So we're going to take a step back to colour change then for a moment, because people have been obsessed for years with the use of colour change as a method for predicting temperature of burning. And I can totally understand why you would do that, because you know, as heating increases, the change in colour in bone goes and changes with it. So as we said, it goes from dark greys, blacks, light greys into whites. And there is a very loose correlation between the color of the bone and the temperature of the bone, but there's more to it than that. And actually what we're seeing is that color links more usefully with the intensity of burning rather than the temperature of burning. And if we just use the phrase intensity, then it allows us to bring in a whole number of variables that influence color. So yes, temperature is one of them, but it's also duration and oxygen availability and the use of accelerants, the amount of soft tissue present, and so on and so on and so on. What causes color change is not temperature, but it's the loss of the organic material. It's the loss of carbon within the bone. And as the bone goes through dark grays and blacks, that's the carbon being burnt out. And then when it becomes white, the carbon is lost. So it does that process does link to temperature, but it links to other factors as well. Now here we have an example of some of the work that we have done. So the next few slides really focuses on some of the work that we've been doing at Teesside over the past few years. Even though, and I have just said that we really shouldn't be using colour change for predicting temperature, I'm still quite interested in using colour change for predicting temperature, because I think it might be a really useful, quick, rough and ready method. But part of the challenge with using colour is it's really subjective. So I could say something is a steel blue grey, and someone else could look at the same piece of grey and just call it like a dull grey or something. So that kind of comparing one site to another site, one piece of research to another, is very difficult. Now the issue with that is not the bone itself, but it's people. And I often feel that if we can just remove people from some of our scientific methods, things will be easier and smoother. So this is an attempt to do this using colour. So what we tried to do was we used a particular method. It's actually very, just looking at kind of colour, light reflectance and absorption, to make an objective classification of color, so people didn't have to talk about it at all. On the left there, you can see us attempting first to put it into 3D color space. That didn't work at all, because actually most of bone is pretty much the same color. So then we started to look at the spectra from these bones as well. And what we realized was that it was possible, if we looked at intensity of bone, not temperature, to cluster burnt bone into low, medium, and high intensity burning, and that we could use a method like this to automate this process. And so if you had a piece of burnt material that you didn't know if it had been burned, or you didn't know what temperature it had been burned through, you could run it through this method and it would tell you. Now, as you might be able to tell from the slide, it didn't quite work the way that we had hoped. Here are, and I'm going to give you an example of this, and the challenges of studying color change. Here are our 3 average spectra for the different intensities of burning. This is an average of hundreds of pieces of bone fragments that I made my students scan. Here we've just got, again, just some blind samples, some examples to show you that it was sort of working. But this is the interesting graph here. So again, we've got the same average curves that we can see in the previous half of the slide. And then the purple white line, that's the new one. And the purple line is an unknown piece of bone that we ran through this method. And really what we were trying to do is get the method to predict if that piece of bone had been burnt to a low, medium, or high intensity. And you can see on the left-hand side of that spectra, as it starts, it mirrors very nicely that middle intensity of burning. But then it kind of drops and disappears off the scale. And we spent a little while wondering why this was. And it turned out very simply to be that this piece of bone was still dirty. So the spectra that you're seeing here is actually bone covered in mud. And the reason that we have this happen is because this particular piece of bone wasn't cleaned as thoroughly as the others. So our conclusion was here that this is not an effective method to use, because really what we had done is we'd spent the summer developing a method which was defeated by a dirty piece of bone. And I think that, you know, for me, just underline the fact that using the surface color of bone is actually probably quite problematic for a number of reasons. So that didn't work. So we carried on. So then we thought, right, we can't use color for bone, but maybe we can use something else, because it's still quite important to be able to correlate the condition of bone with the intensity of burning, because that allows you then to make statements about whether or not the bone might have shrunk in size, what other sorts of features you might be looking for in that kind of context of death. So we instead focused on crystal structure. And crystal structure has been long used for looking at bone diagenesis and the kind of the degradation of bone over time. So we use that same method for looking at burnt bone, because really the process of burning mirrors the process of diagenesis, except over a considerably shorter period of time. So we did the first few studies, and in fact I might just show you the results of those first. I'm going to skip ahead a few slides. So we ran these traditional crystallinity measures, and really it requires you to use an FTIR and record a couple of features on the peaks of the bones, and then you use an index and indices to calculate a value called the crystallinity index. We did that very successfully. We were very pleased with ourselves, and then we applied it on some blind samples. And you can see the results of our blind samples here, where if you look at the blue squares, those are probably the most accurate predictions that we had, and the yellow triangles are the actual temperatures of the bone. And if you look at the results that we see here out of these 10 samples, what you can see is that we were right twice out of 10 times. So we had a 20% success rate, which I'm sure you'll agree is pretty bad. Now, we were not put off by this, because in theory, this method should be reliable and more robust than color, partly because it takes more energy and effort from the fire to make those changes happen. So we went back to the drawing board a little bit, and we went back to this. And what we can see here on these graph are the FTIR spectra from thousands of pieces of experimentally burnt bone. And you can see the temperature of burning down the side, and you can see the spectra that the FTIR produces. Now, when we use just the crystallinity index, actually all we're using out of these 2,000 pieces of data per spectra, we use 3 sitting around about the 600 mark for our prediction. Now, when you look at these graphs, and really what these graphs are showing is how the spectra changes as the intensity of burning changes. You see that around about that 600, actually there's very little change at all. But where there's a lot of change is around the 900 mark and around the 1,400 to 1,800 mark. And here we're seeing a lot of heat-induced change in the spectra, which means that there's a lot of change in the crystal composition of the bone, because this is what this method is looking at. So we went back to the drawing board. We created new methods of analyses that were looking at the most active parts of the spectra, as opposed to some of the kind of the most consistent parts of the spectrum. And I'll come back to that graph. And here we have then our 7 new crystallinity indices measures. The CI that you can see there, that's the traditional one that we used that didn't work very well. The other 6 are new ones that we created based on the spectra. And in the table there, you can see in the square brackets, that's just the accuracy, just using the crystallinity index measure on its own, the first traditional one that everyone uses. And the values outside of the square brackets are our measures using a combination of all 7 of these new measures. And what you can see if you look at the proportion of correct values, particularly as you run along the bottom there, is that we had a very good accuracy. We were right in our blind testing predictions of temperature and intensity of burning almost 100% of the time. And this isn't due to some fantastic, methodological development on our part. It's very simply just because we were looking at what parts of the crystal structure are actually changing and measuring those changes. Now, this is important because we are then going to use this method in some of our examples in a couple of minutes. And I'm just going to jump back to this slide here to show you that there is a correlation between the change in crystal structure and intensity and temperature of burning there. And we can see that we have a curvilinear line running up of these data points here. And these are collections of different studies that we trawl through the literature for. And what this does is that it allows us then, because there are these differences in these crystal structures over different temperatures, it allows us to make these crude predictions that we were talking about. We've subsequently done some more nuanced work in this sort of area. So here, for example, if you have a look at the equation in the pink box in the middle, this is from some of Zara Ellingham's work. This is our prediction equation. So you can use this equation for predicting the temperature of burning using those indices to an almost 100% accuracy in terms of the samples that we have used. However, as is always often the case, it's never quite straightforward as that. And when you look at the work in the green box there, you can see that some of our other work has shown that soft tissue has a really important role to play here. So if we have a body that's been burnt at a low intensity, then the soft tissues act as a buffer and protect the bone. And in those situations, what we see is that a slow response to osteological change as a consequence of burning. However, at high temperatures, that soft tissue acts as a fuel and it increases the extent of those heat-induced changes. So again, what we're seeing is not a straight correlation between a change in crystal structure and change in temperature, but it's a curvilinear where it starts off very slowly and then speeds up in terms of its extent of change. And then the bottom in the bluish box there, this is just some work again that we've done with CT, and what it underlines is that not only are we seeing a shrinkage in bone as a consequence of that fusion stage, because the crystal structure is reorganizing itself and filling all those pores and it's shrinking, but we're also seeing a change in the volume of bone as well. So again, when we're using any sort of analysis based on volume, you have to be aware that that's also changing in terms of bone. So here we go. So very quick whiz through some of the sorts of methods that we might be using. Hopefully what we can see from that is that the development of the methods that we're using are allowing us to ask interesting questions of the burnt bone. It's allowing us to link the skeletal material to the conditions of burning. It's allowing us to study the bone in a non-destructive way. It's allowing us to talk a bit about diet and migration as well. So these are all methods that we can use on unburnt bone as well, but it's just taken us a lot longer to develop them, partly because of that kind of the issues I mentioned at the start. So now what I want to do just before we end is just go through a few different examples of how some of these different methods allow us to talk a bit about the context of people's lives. And it's, this idea of a bioarchaeology of cremation has been discussed in the burnt bone literature for a few years now. And really it's this idea that we're moving beyond just studying burnt bone and saying, oh, well, this bone was burnt at 700 degrees, or this piece of bone seems to show this type of fracture pattern, to commenting about what that means, or how we can use that information to talk about perhaps the context of death, or perhaps the interesting kind of funerary processes that might have gone on there. Now, this is very early days yet, because we're still trying to fully understand the methods that we're using, but this is the direction of travel. And so if we think back to that table that we saw at the start, where we saw the development of the different approaches and philosophies to the study of burnt bone, the next column will be this. It will be about understanding how we can link these changes that we're seeing in the body to that context of death, or that context of life, depending. So I have some examples, and hopefully that'll drive the point home. So we're going to go to Chile first for a forensic example by a colleague over in Chile. So here what we have is an individual who was discovered in some woods who had been burnt. But beyond or in addition to the burning, there has been some evidence of trauma as well. Now, the question that the forensic investigators had was, had this individual been burnt at the time of death or sometime later? We can see from the examples here that there has been decomposition and so forth going on. A period of time has passed since the body was dumped there and it was recovered. Well, we can use two things to answer that question. If you have a look at the humerus on the side there, on the right hand side, you can see hopefully some very thin, white, light grey, linear scratches running along the shaft of the bone. So that is animal scavenging marks, that's gnawing from animals. And that occurs not when the bone has been burnt, but when the bone still has soft tissue on it. We can also use that fracture differentiation that we mentioned earlier as well. The presence of the linear and rectangular grid-like fractures, some of which you can see in some of the fragmentation on the image in the middle there, as opposed to those U-shaped fractures here. So what we have in this particular example is an individual that has been burnt, but by understanding those heat-induced changes and the order in which they happen, we can say that this individual was burnt after the period of decomposition, so separate to that kind of context of death. Okay, now we're going to head over to Northumbria, which is where we're living now, in the north of England. So running along in the Roman times, running along this neck of the woods from one side of our country to the other, we had Hadrian's Wall, which was a Roman military positioning. And all along that wall, Hadrian's Wall, were a number of military sites. And in those military sites, what we find are the remains of deceased individuals, often cremated. We've got three examples here of cremated material in the different pots that were recovered from these archaeological sites. Now, the question that we were trying to answer was not whether or not the bone had been burnt, because quite clearly it has, we can see that. But if we collected material from these different sites along Hadrian's Wall, were there any consistencies in the manner in which they have been burnt? And if there has been, that might suggest that there is a consistent practice of burning or cremating the dead within the Roman military in this particular region. And so what we do is we go back to those crystallinity measures that we mentioned earlier, and we make an assumption that the values that we see in all of those indices, we can relate to the conditions of burning. So we know that we can link them to temperature and intensity, but we can link them to other features as well. And so we make the argument then that if there is clustering of these values together, they suggest a consistent cremation practice. And that's what we can see in this graph here. Here we've plotted two of these particular indices against each other. and we can see those in the hollow, circle, triangular, square plot markers, and we can see some of our experimental data as well plotted there. So what we were able to conclude then from these individuals is that along these sites, along the Hadrian's Wall, there is consistency there, but the practice at those sites, although it's the same there, differs from other periods and from other locations as well. So it argues that it suggests a consistency of practice within the Roman military for the manner in which they cremate their dead. Now we're going to jump to Herculaneum. Now we're going to stick with the Roman period. And Herculaneum, I'm sure you'll have heard about in Italy. It's one of the sites that was destroyed when Vesuvius erupted. Now the interesting thing about Herculaneum is that it's a little bit further away in a slightly different direction from Pompeii, which is the site that everyone always thinks about. But Herculaneum was a port. And what we can see in this image here is we can see lots of little arched areas along the bottom, and those were boat houses. So where you can see the grass, that used to be where the beach was. So in Herculaneum, when the volcano exploded, they saw it happen. They had time to escape from their houses, get down to the beach, and try and escape. And what we see then, because they didn't escape, because you can't escape from a volcano, and so what we see are a number of individuals who have died on the beach, and a number of individuals who have died in those arched stone boat houses that you can see there. Interestingly, those that have died on the beach tend to be men and teenagers. Those that have died in the boat houses tend to be women and children. And there's a thinking then that perhaps as they were trying to escape, the men were trying to get the boats out of the boat houses and trying to escape that way, and the women and children were sheltering in the boat houses. What we can see in this figure here are the outlines of some of these 6 boat houses, and each black dot represents an individual who has died. What we did was we analysed, using the crystallinity indices, we analysed the changes in the bone crystal structure, and we combined that with an analysis of the collagen within the bone as well. And what's really interesting about this site is that we have evidence that the bone has been burnt and heated because of the changes in the crystal structure, but we also have quite a lot of collagen preserved, which is unusual when bone is burnt. The theory is that all the individuals who died at Herculaneum and at Pompeii died instantly when all the pyroclastic flow came down the hill and they were hit with this intense temperature and their soft tissues vaporized and they died on the spot. That is not what happened. And that's partly not what happened because that's just not what bodies do when they get heated. But what we have in these particular examples then is using this combination of methods. What we can argue is not for burning of individuals, but for individuals who were effectively baked where they were. So we think then that the rubble closed up the boat houses, they were trapped inside and in essence suffocated and baked alive. And we can talk about that particularly gruesome manner of death because of our advances in those organic and inorganic analyses. Which brings me on to some controversies that we've had quite recently, where some Italian colleagues have analysed or been analysing remains from one particular individual from Herculaneum, arguing that some brain residue was preserved in amongst this. We can see the example here of that brain residue. This paper came out actually about the same time as our Herculaneum paper came out earlier on in this year, but they've just published a subsequent paper where they've argued that they can detect neural networks and the evidence of neurons, I should say, within these particular fragments of brain. Now, for us, this is a really problematic study. We're not saying that this is not evidence of brain or preserved brain, but what we are saying is that there's not enough detail in these publications to make any consistent conclusions. And the methods that they've used are perhaps not the methods that we would use. So it's perhaps if this is an area that you're interested in, it's probably something just to have a little look at, because I think there's some really interesting academic discussions going on about the analysis of kind of preserved archaeological tissues. We're going to jump to Sardinia, and we've got 2 quick examples in Sardinia. One, we're going to look at this here. This is from a forensic textbook looking at colour change as a consequence of burning, and we can plot and map the directionality of burning based on the progression of colour change in bone. So we did that on this particular individual from this cave in Sardinia. And we can see here the cave on the right-hand side. The different dots represent skeletal elements that we have recovered. And then on the left-hand side, we've got some of the results of our analyses. There are a number of individuals in there, but what we did have was one individual. And through the combination of analysis of color and the analysis of the crystal changes within the bones, we were able not only to say that this individual was burnt and cremated, but we think that we can talk about the position of the body on that fire as well in this archaeological remains. And we've kind of presented that below. And I think that's interesting when we can start talking about positionality of bodies on fires as well, even when perhaps we can't rely on the color change, but perhaps we can start thinking a bit more about that crystal structure. This is another example from Sardinia, different context here, but we've included this one here because it's interesting. And you can see a young female on the left-hand side, and this individual was partially cremated, which is why the bone hasn't gone fully white. But within her abdomen there, what was recovered were fetal remains. So she was pregnant when she died and pregnant when she was cremated. And we can talk about that because of our improvement in our excavation skills. But also we can talk about the temperature in which this individual was burnt through the combination of the methods that we've mentioned before. And you can see the infant remains on the right-hand side. And you can see the evidence of burning on those as well. We're going to jump to somewhere entirely fictional now, and Game of Thrones and Winterfell. And I'm going to talk about this if you're familiar with your Game of Thrones and the final season of Game of Thrones. If not, this will mean nothing to you. What we're going to have a think about here is about body mass. There's a lot of interest in studying the weight of skeletal remains, burnt skeletal remains, and seeing if we can link that to individuals, male or female, or multiple individuals depending on the weight. It's a really problematic thing to do, because it relies on you having recovered all of the bone fragments when you're making your assessments, but also there's a huge amount of overlap between individuals and sexes and ages. This figure that we can see in front of us is from a piece of work that we did a while ago, where we were trying to link the body mass from cremated material with, so the weight of cremated material with body mass from different populations to see if there was some sort of correlation. If you had a population with a very large body mass, would you therefore expect heavier amounts of cremated skeletal material? And you can see from these figures that no, that is not actually the case. We do not see these really strong links between the two, which again makes these sorts of interpretations problematic. But I bring us to Winterfell because of something that annoyed me at the end of that series, where there was a huge battle, lots of people died, and they burned all these individuals on the pyres. And I think what interested me looking at that particular scene from the TV program was just what did they do with all that burnt bone? And because of the way that I am, we did the maths, and so we kind of calculated that we knew what the army was, we assumed that half of them died, and then we used averages from the literature in terms of bone weight to make some calculation. And based on our calculations, we came to the conclusion that there's about 135,000 kilograms of burnt bone to be processed, and that made us think about where that would go and who would deal with that and what would happen. It's one of those things where TV just doesn't think about the implications of what it's talking about. Okay, final example to bring all of this together into our archaeology of cremation. We're going to Brazil this time. So we were looking at a particular context in the southern highlands of Brazil, and we can see some of the burnt material there inside this particular excavation in the ground there. There's a lot of text on this slide. I'm doing exactly the thing I tell my students not to do. I can only apologize. So the interesting thing about this particular context is, apart from the fact it's not very well studied, is that we also have not only a very rich osteological evidence, very rich archaeological evidence, but have a really interesting histographic collection of data as well. So we have the written records from the colonizers that were invading this particular area. We have the cremations in these particular landscapes. We have the archaeological evidence and artifacts that go with this as well. But for this particular population, which is one of the indigenous populations, we still have the descendants of these individuals. So we have an oral history of what happened there as well. And so what we were able to do was combine the the historic evidence, the archaeological evidence, the ethnographic evidence, and the scientific evidence that we had collected from the skeletal remains to make the conclusions about this particular population at the bottom. And it gives us this really nuanced, holistic, rounded understanding of this particular population in the way that we couldn't do with any one branch of that evidence on its own, and certainly we couldn't do with just looking at the skeletal evidence alone. So it's that combination of evidence types that I think is taking us forward and allowing us to think a little bit more about the broader kind of cultural and social significance of cremation and how that fits within those populations, but looking at the bodies themselves. And that, by doing that, that's going to take us towards our archaeology of cremation. And that is where I'm going to end the talk. A very quick whiz through some of the issues and interesting things about bird bone. So thank you very much.
It was great hearing to you, Mr. Tim. And now we move on for our next lecture, the use of 3D printing in humanitarian forensics. I invite Mr. Matthew to deliver the lecture.
So I'll begin just the presentation with a very quick overview of 3D printing in general terms, so that many of you probably have already heard of it. It's a process of additive manufacturing of three-dimensional objects from digital file, in which the machine can lay down successive layers of materials until the 3D object is created using thinly sliced sections. It allows production of complex shapes. It's most often, people will often see it in plastic. However, it's commonly used in engineering, in metal or other materials. And probably many of you have seen in the news that there's testing in 3D printing human cells, like stem cells, for human tissue. Originally, 3D printing was used in engineering or industrial prototyping. It was very costly, and where machines and equipment would be tens or if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, in recent years, it's become much more accessible, mainly due to the open source community, because after a certain time, the technology became more commonly available in the open source community. It became also very low cost, and it maintains a high consistency and quality, so you can kind of really reproduce the same thing over and over again without too much error. And many of you, as I said, probably have already heard, it's more commonly used in, not just at home, but it's being used in medicine, dentistry, archaeology or heritage museums, and local consumers. So a lot of it's quite now we're approaching the holiday season, where it's selves to buy at home to use. So every year it's kind of gotten much more common. It's gotten cheaper. The quality is increased, and there's a much more variety in it. And for today's session, there are a bunch of other types of 3D printing. As I mentioned before, not just plastic, and also even in plastic, there's different ways to do it, in which you can use different things like powder, and where a powder is laid down and lasers can sinter a powder into a plastic. Or there's also another types of 3D printing in which uses a resin, a liquid resin, in which light, usually lasers or a light, will harden the plastic. Today, I will be sticking with the most common one, which is the FDM, which is called fused deposition modeling, which is in the diagram on the bottom right. You can see an example where a piece of plastic filament is sent through an extruder. Basically, it's a machine that has little gears that will pull the plastic in at a very precise time, in which it will do a certain precise distance, and it will move in an extremely precise location on a horizontal axis. And as it goes down onto the bed or the platform, it slowly layers it down in this plastic. Each layer can be approximately 50 microns to 100 microns or 200 microns on what's called this fused deposition with a plastic filament, which is in a plastic spool, which I can just show an example of a piece of plastic spool, which just comes on a cylinder, and it looks kind of like this material, just very thin plastic. And so as it comes down, it's after it's heated to a certain temperature, it creates the object in 3D, often sometimes creating a support structure, which you can see on the bottom of this mock-up, where some pieces of plastic to hold it up to maintain the object. So this is I'm kind of staying with the most commonly used. These are quite inexpensive, these 3D printers, compared to 5 or 10 years ago, and the quality has really increased. The costs are even less than $300. You can get a 3D printer at this type of FDM. The plastic, the material is quite inexpensive as well. For 1 kilogram, you can get between $20 and $50 per kilogram. The software to prepare it or to slice so that the 3D printer knows which direction to go to and how to extrude it is also very, very inexpensive. Most of them are actually free. And the maintenance of the machine also too is quite inexpensive. So overall, in the last, say 10 years, we have machines now that would have cost many, many thousands of dollars, which was limited to an industrial or engineering prototyping to only a few $100s of a machine. Also time, the time is actually much faster to make. So you can actually really create an object in a faster time, and also what's called the preparation or what's called post-processing time. And this is where after the object is printed, you have to remove some support structures, usually with some small tools. It doesn't take too lot of time. And it's quite simple. It's just use it with your hands or small tools. It's also much safer than other types of 3D printing. Some of the other printing that I mentioned before, like using liquid resin, a resin plastic, can be quite toxic. And as well as the powder materials, whether it's for plastic or metal, also require additional ventilation or a hood structure. However, most consumer grade 3D printers, you can place on your desk, and the plastic is biodegradable as well. It's more of a safer plastic. There's a bit of different varieties of plastic as well. For me, today's presentation, I'll stick with a more generic, what's called polylactic acid, PLA plastic, which is this mostly biodegradable. And it's quite commonly available in 3D printing now. It's 5 years ago, you would only see it maybe in dentistry, and some very few hospitals might have it to make objects based on a CT scan or for surgery preparation. And as I said, dentistry. But in the last 5 years, really seen an explosion in research studies and the applications it's becoming more and more common. Not only more commonly available, but the technical support and the learning is getting is really getting better. Like I said, myself, I started doing this about 3 years ago, and which I'll go into a little bit later on. The reason why I started doing it 3 years ago was finding how some new technologies can be incorporated into my work or colleagues' work to really help the work that they do. So that's more of the general aspect of the 3D printing. And then when it goes to, say, in forensic science, or what I'll go into some examples is in forensic science or even anatomy. So we're talking at the level of anatomical objects. We're talking primarily about bones in today's presentation, about skeletal material, which is a bit easier to 3D print. However, other organs such as brain or heart, liver, other organs can be 3D printed of course, as a plastic material. But my background in forensic anthropology and archaeology, I'm more interested in replicating skeletal elements. So in 3D printing, these forensic objects and body parts, we have two main ways to create the object. One is by using CT scans, in which the body or body part undergoes scanning at a CT scanner, and the files are created in thin slices, approximately 100 to 200 microns. This is about 100 microns is about as thin as a human hair or a piece of paper, just to give you an example. So when someone is undergoing a CT scan, it scans a slice of the body, approximately 100 to 200, sometimes 300, and it will maybe even skip. So it'll do a slice, then it'll go over 300 to 300 microns, and then do another slice, and then another slice. And so using these type of scans, there's software available, also free or inexpensive software to merge all those scan files based on the type of object at different density as well. So that's the very quick way, but very often people don't have CT scanners. It's very, very, very expensive. It's more commonly found in, of course, in hospitals and universities, but it's a quite, for any of you that had a CT scan, know it's not something you can just put in your lab. However, there is other type of scanning, which is called surface scanning with light or lasers. Even what's called photogrammetry, which is another technology I'll just touch upon, which is where you just take a lot of images from a digital camera, even your phone, in which the software will stitch the images together from different angles. So it's kind of like you're scanning an object with your either a camera, phone, or having a special device. If you can see here in the presentation on the left side, someone is using a special laser scanner, which has a bit more higher precision, to create the digital model in 3D. So once the model is scanned, it's saved as a .obj or .stl, these different types of files, which is just a 3D file. And this model can then be cleaned because there might be like gaps or holes in the object to to make sure that it is a solid object in 3D, make sure that there's no holes in it. Kind of to make sure that it's a watertight. Imagine that if the object has to go completely around, that there's no holes going into the object. Of course, if there's natural holes, that's quite fine. But in 3D, it just has to be a cleaned, what's called like a watertight file. And then once the object is in 3D, it can be sent through another software program for slicing or 3D printing, in which you configure the software to what type of printer that you're using, as well as the specification of what type of plastic that you're using as well, because for each of these, you can use different types of plastic, more of a denser, heat-resistant plastic. Also, you can change the resolution as well. Do you want this model as it's lit, creating each layer? Do you want something very, very precise, which can be, each layer can be about 50 to 100 microns, each layer of the plastic? Or do you want something more quicker that can go to 200 or 300 microns as it's doing a layer, of something less precise, but it's much faster? So that's one way of doing the process that I went extremely quick on. Just to touch upon, a lot of people have questions is, well, what if I don't have a surface scanner, don't have the objects, and I don't have a CT scanner? Is that many models, when I'm talking about these anatomy models in particularly, are very commonly available in online repositories. Museums, universities, nonprofit organizations provide them primarily for free. There are some places that do have it paid, in which the people that do the scanning can be compensated. However, the vast majority are used for educational purposes, so that people can request, either through a request process, to obtain high quality models. And these models were done through a very thorough process of scanning, either by laser scanning, which I mentioned before, or CT scans. So we have very high quality. And even in itself, I could do another presentation just on the 3D models that are now available online, in which now people can look at 3D models to understand the anatomy. And like I said, I'm going back to my example of myself as a forensic anthropologist, in which I've had a lot of programs in which we train students on human anatomy and bones, where part of the process of understanding the bones is understanding, are they human? Are they male or female? Are they adult or child? Is this bone from a left hand or right hand? Do we have the bones of 5 persons, or the bone from 1 person? Is it fragmentary? What kind of disease did the person have? Did they sustain injuries? Something either at the cause of death? Are there identifying features? So in the field, and going back to my background is more in forensic anthropology. When I was back in school, it was we're using just pictures in a book. We're using skeletal collection that's on hand. We'd have to use usually an archaeological collection, in which I have bones that are from the university or museum to actually handle or touch. This goes into, you can see pictures of the anatomy, but until you hold it in your hands or you can see it in 3D, it's going to be very difficult to learn. And 3D modeling and 3D printed objects can really enhance this when you do not have a very large collection in person, where in your office you do not have a collection of 100 skeletons, or you don't. Some very common now that when I see in many countries now that don't have one human body collection. They don't have because either legal restrictions or that it's not that common, that forensic anthropology is not very common in many countries. So going back to the 3D printing, that the objects that you can create now, it's now going back. I had started this 3 years ago, and what I wanted to see is how complex and accurate the models that can be 3D printed. So initially I had thought that, okay, well, people use them to create toys or to create engineering brackets or objects that are more not organic. I did not think that you could do organic, but obviously you can make very organic, lifelike or natural, in a natural looking objects that can be, and they're also extremely accurate. The precision of the accuracy is very, it's quite measurable to see that from the original model to the scan model and the 3D printed object is quite accurate. And these models that are printed out can be used in presentation purposes. And for example, it's in some few cases it's being used in the courtroom, so that a replica of say injured bone can be presented in the court, rather than images which are 2D, which don't convey the full picture, as well as in other aspects where during the examination of human remains, it's still used today, where people take a physical skull of a person who's unidentified, a skull, the person is usually is decomposed, and the authorities are trying to see who this person can be. And in these cases, they do a facial reconstruction in which they will layer down clay to do either an artistic or medical reconstruction of the face to try to identify the person. And having a 3D printed skull allows the forensic specialist to not use the real skull, because that real skull is human remains that might not be able to be taken to the forensic artist to do the reconstruction, or also because once you do put these forensic facial reconstruction, it's covered in the clay, and then you have to remove it from the clay and then send it back with the human remains. So it's another way that it's also being used at this level for analysis of fractured and fragmentary remains. So when you have many fragmentary remains, now a lot of research is being done on quickly scanning fragmentary remains. You have it in 3D, and then these can be also 3D printed to have kind of a fit to see how they can be done with the 3D printed or in digital form. Pathology, visualization of pathology or disease as well, and of course in custom prosthetics. So these are just a bit of a few. Custom prosthetics is not really forensics, but this will come up. This is quite common also with a lot of institutions that they can see for prosthetics. When I am saying more of an artificial limb as an external, not necessarily an implant. So there is in medicine use of medical grade implants, not necessarily prosthetics. So before I go into the more humanitarian forensic, I just gave a very brief overview in about 10 minutes in 3D printing. Do we have any questions at this time about 3D printing and more in the scope of 3D printing anatomy objects?
Anyone have any question? Dr. Pooja? Yeah, Matthew, 3D printing, if you are using in this, making a replica of bullets or gun, how it will be good apart from the humanitarian? If you are making a 3D printed gun, or will it work in a way?
Yeah, that is actually a comment that some colleagues came up to me about, because this is one of the very common in the news media is about 3D printed guns, as in apparently people can use 3D printing as well as any other engineering to create parts of mechanical parts for things like guns as well. I've never 3D printed a gun. And what I've read and heard, but I've never seen, is that people usually 3D print the parts for either attachments of a gun. But I've heard, like many of you, that people will do a functioning gun out of 3D printing, just as people can take pipes or other homemade objects to assemble and turn into a weapon as well. So, of course, that can be done. Just as people can go to their shed, take some pipes, wood, and make their own weapon. But it's more common that people would probably either buy a gun or make a gun through other means. A 3D printed plastic gun, in my personal opinion, it's not very practical. I've never seen how it would work because of the mechanics of the heat. And how reusable it would be, but that's comes up sometimes that people will make a quick comment on that, which what I've heard from other people in the 3D printing community, and it is a sore spot that they don't like it because any tool can be used for a weapon. So just as a hammer can be used as a weapon, 3D printing can be used as a weapon.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. No problem. So it's a good transition point. So I'll go into the more humanitarian forensic science, which is also it's the application of the skills, expertise, and knowledge in forensics for humanitarian action. It's most often associated in situations of armed conflict, disasters. So it could be natural disasters, man-made. Such examples will be like an earthquake, a tsunami, or man-made disaster, and such as like more common would be in recent years is disasters in migration. For example, a ship sinks in the Mediterranean or in the ocean, and we have dozens or hundreds of people that die and go missing and unidentified. And this is another example where you have, usually it's a large scale. So it's usually we have very large scale complex recovery and identification processes where there's a focus on the proper and dignified management of the dead, which is basically treating the dead in the ways that they should be treated. So for example, would be ensuring that at the search phase, collection, storage, that the bodies are treated with dignity, that they're treated properly and professionally so that they can be properly identified and the families can be informed. It includes preventing and resolving the disappearance and missing. So a focus on, main focus is on identification, less so on how the person died. So in a lot of these situations, whether it's even armed conflict or disasters, it's the priority is not so much on how the person died. In very many cases, we know how they died. The ship had sunk, they were drowned, or if it was an armed conflict, that it was during, let's say, a battle or a war, they were shot. It's focusing on how that person can be identified and providing answers to the affected families or loved ones, because in many of these situations, families and loved ones, they do not know what happened. They don't know. One is that they either might receive a body, for example, they might receive a body, but are unsure if that is their loved one because of the process in which the body was returned to them. There might be questions of identity. This is quite common when you have many hundreds or thousands of dead. The bodies are decomposed, very difficult to identify, not always can be or were identified by DNA, which people more see as being the more reliable and more commonly used. So at this level, and the humanitarian response often involves working with, particularly in forensics, working with the forensic practitioners and the institutions and the authorities that have the responsibility and the authorization. However, in these scenarios, which I mentioned above, which are either ongoing conflict, post-conflict, disasters, other large-scale situations, there's a need to strengthen and support that capacity because of a disaster had hit, the authorities or the forensic practitioners don't have the capacity and infrastructure and resources to properly respond. In case going back, I'm sure many of you are aware, so you see like there's a tsunami where you have tens of thousands of people or millions of people that go missing and killed. The authorities are already weakened with electricity, water, health of the living, and at the same time, they're not a normal mortuary structure is not designed to handle such a large volume of cases. So this is kind of when I'm saying the humanitarian forensic science. This is kind of the sphere of the focus and the type of activities that we're mainly talking about. And as mentioned before, I work with the ICRC. I've been working for about 7 years. And the ICRC is one humanitarian organization, the leading organization in such situations of conflict violence. There's armed conflict, disasters, migration. And in the ICRC, for example, we've grown in the forensic unit. We have a forensic unit in the ICRC. Approximately now, we have about for 90, I think, over 90 forensic specialists, including in India as well. in which it's really grown in the last 15, 20 years. And in each context or region, the ICRC provides the humanitarian response. And very often in these places, there are a lot of the dead that go missing, and the ICRC will work with the authorities, with families, and forensic practitioners to better resolve these situations of the dead. So I guess going back to my background is more in forensic anthropology and archaeology, but however, it's a multidisciplinary approach in which it often requires expertise in forensic genetics, odontology, pathology, mortuary management as well. This is actually another field that people, it's quite an important thing. When I say mortuary management, it's because many of these cases is just managing. You have a mortuary that would normally handle 5 or 20 cases a day would suddenly be flooded with about 500 cases. And proper mortuary management and the capacity is not prepared to handle this. And this is when cases can go missing, bodies are returned without a proper identification, families are unsure if that's their loved one and that's the correct body. So when we're saying multidisciplinary approach, it requires the expertise of many individuals, many different backgrounds. And so to go into more some operational activities, so a lot of the work that ICRC does do is provide equipment support. And when it comes to, like, say, for forensics, it's forensic equipment that these places they don't have available. Sometimes that now they'll need additional training or guidance or expertise advice in a situation. So for example, as going back to forensic anthropology or also DNA, they might not have the established DNA lab ready to handle tens of thousands of cases, particularly for missing persons. And in many of these cases of the unidentified dead, they're very decomposed, skeletonized, fragmentary, commingled or mixed. And in these cases, this is where forensic anthropology is more of an asset to supporting this multidisciplinary approach to the pathologist, to the mortuary managers, to the forensic odontologist as well. So it's taking a lot of people on the team to really identify these cases. And so this includes training, providing advice on standard operating procedures, recommendations for manuals, and in some exceptional circumstances, substitution, in which, due to, for example, let's say in an armed conflict, it's the authorities are not able to act because of access. So in these cases, the ICRC can do a substitution only in the exceptional cases that the ICRC, which is because it has more of a neutral, can act as a neutral intermediary between parties. The ICRC can act in a professional manner to resolve specific cases. And this also involves engaging with family members. I mentioned it previously how working with the families is really key. And in humanitarian forensics, it means communicating to the families how the process works. It means having dialogue with the families for collecting antemortem data. This is the information on how the person had died. So for example, that if someone had gone missing, whether it was 5 days ago or sometimes 15 years ago, collecting information about how their loved one, information about their dental records, about their teeth, did they have any tattoos, did they have any injuries on their bones that maybe they can be identified, as well as collecting DNA samples as well, collecting DNA from close family members to assist in the identification process. providing training to the experts in human identification for, say, post-mortem data. So one is to have the ante-mortem data and the post-mortem data. Working in first response as well. So a lot of first responders who are non-experts, to give them training on and guidance on emergency response to the dead so that the bodies can be properly identified. So we have a lot of these levels in different disciplines as well. So it's incorporating, depending on the situation or the context, involving the expertise of forensic anthropology, forensic archaeology, odontology, genetics, pathology, and as well as mortuary management as well. And in giving through some of the scenarios that I said before, we see common challenges. This is not just for humanitarian forensic science, but we see it particularly more because of the situation that there is a lack of capacity, mainly due to the disaster emergency. So we see a lack of resources and budget that either the authorities, the forensics institutions, they're already weakened by that disaster, so they don't have the budget available. They normally have a budget to handle only, say, 10 cases a day of dead bodies, and now suddenly they have 100 cases a day for several weeks or months. They don't have the capacity. They don't have the storage space. They don't have the equipment. They don't have the staff. Lack of forensic equipment and materials. And going through this is where I'll touch a bit more on the 3D printing, is we have a lot of equipment that is not normally used in many countries or many forensic institutions, because prior to the emergency, they didn't need, let's say, forensic anthropology equipment. They don't normally, when I used to work in the United States, for example, I would work in the Midwest, where we would have one skeleton case, a human body skeleton, maybe once a year, whether for a forensic case, and maybe 2 cases in a year in a population area of, say, 1 to 3 million people. So it's not very common so therefore it's not integrated into many countries in forensic anthropology and human identification of skeletal remains. So this type of equipment is very rare or hard to get in many countries or contexts. There's also a lot of legal restrictions in which or hurdles to say that to strengthen the training or even the equipment as well. So I provided an example before about having a human skeletal collection. When I was in university, and we would have a archaeological collection, a collection of human remains or as well as some forensic cases might come up in which they were unidentified, in which the students can learn and practice their skills on skeletonized remains. Many countries, this is not an option. It's also too, and we're seeing now is also this change where the use of human remains now should maybe not be used for educational purposes, or cannot be used. Also due to cultural reasons as well. It's more of some sort of restrictions. And also even to bring in or to find a new skeletal collection is not easy to do. And of course, the travel, access, transport. So in many countries I worked in the past, it's extremely difficult to bring in training material or equipment. It takes a very long time. And for some training scenarios, you need many items for the training equipment. So if we're going to donate one piece of some device, like in forensic anthropology, you might use osteometric boards or calipers, sliding calipers that are or plastic casts of human remains for identification training. They can be quite expensive or hard to get. Okay. And this ties into how is the 3D printing can provide support or to be more useful or practical. into humanitarian forensics, because I touched on a few examples before where we have a human skeletal collection for comparative anatomy, where it's quite difficult to get this. I had worked previously in one context a few years ago where it was in the South Caucasus, where we were trying to really strengthen the forensic anthropology skeletal anatomy in the pathologist lab, where they would sometimes get bone cases, and we would try to incorporate forensic anthropology training, now which takes many years and it's a long process. And there are no good human skeletal collections available. Only thing that you could have would be, say, an articulated plastic skeleton you might see in the doctor's office. And these were actually quite rare. However, it's quite easier to rather than waiting and shipping items that would take months, very many months, and very expensive to the country, we were able to just 3D print some models to complement the other objects that were provided. So we would do, let's just say, an articulated skeleton, as well as the disarticulated, which is the isolated bone elements of that's 3D printed. So we could donate a articulated skeleton, but we can also provide the individual bones of almost every bone on the body, so that when they're presented with a disarticulated element, they have something to compare to say, oh, I see that this is a cervical vertebra of a human, to compare it rather than something that's well connected. Another example would be sensitization or interview sessions with family members, where quite commonly the ICRC or the authorities were working with family members to collect the antemortem data, and which we're interviewing them, recording on forms, and asking them about their, say, their son or their brother on what kind of teeth. And it's a bit easier, and normally we would use these plaster casts from dentist office, which are quite expensive. However, using a 3D printed plastic mandible is a bit easier to ask them to point on a 3D printed jaw. Where did they have a fracture on the tooth? Where did they have gold tooth, or where did they lose a tooth? Something like this, where this is, and here is an example where I would use this more with the family members, as opposed to a 3D printed one that is for another purpose, like which is also 3D printed, which is the exact same mandible in a more natural white, where I would not want to traumatize the family who recently lost a loved one, and they would think that that's an actual human. I'm not going to take a human mandible just to ask the family member information about where on the body or where on the mouth. I could also explain to the family members as well, is by just simply taking a little like plastic skeleton and asking about like old fractures on the body to see on how their loved one could be identified. So that's just a quick overview of how that can be used. Another example was, which I had done as well, was using custom 3D printed objects, which could be the same thing that I presented before. So we could use a 3D printed, say, mandible in training in scenarios and simulations in which, say, a recovery of a mass grave, instead of using an articulated skeleton, which is attached on wires, it's not very realistic, as opposed to you can have many different types of 3D printed objects to show in a scenario which is more realistic, on top of other objects that are quite difficult to do, like, for example, even like a grenade. Something like this is quite, you can be quickly 3D printed. However, shipping a fake grenade, which is used in training, is very difficult to do, because usually in training it's metal or a cast, and having something shipped it's going to raise some flags, and as opposed to if you're on the ground, you can just 3D print, and they're quite can be done quite quickly. So these are just some examples. There's also other things like when I say, this is what I say, weapon contamination. So what, a lot of these scenarios, you might have situations of maybe a 3D printed gun, but it's just more of the scenario of a situation which a gun is found with the body, not a functioning gun. Other things can be that I used in the past was also 3D printed body tags, in which these are just little plastic tags that when a body is found, that you're doing a scenario with a first responder in which they can put onto the practice body. And by doing this, you can use the tags that are for the local alphabets. So different countries, so like the ICRC might have body tags that we use that are in a Latin alphabet, but not too applicable in some countries that they don't use a Latin alphabet when we say a number and a code system. So you can quickly 3D print some custom materials for the training in forensic. I did for, say, forensic archaeology, where you have these crime scene numbers or arrows, objects, which also too you can order online, or we would order for training, or I could just 3D print the objects locally rather than waiting several weeks or months. So it's not really replacing a lot of things, it's complementing the process. It's one thing that I'd seen that from, say, 20 years ago, digital cameras, when I was working in the field 20 years ago, digital cameras were still being not really fully integrated into forensics. Handheld GPS, I remember when I worked in Kosovo about 20 years ago as well, we only had 2 or 3 handheld GPS units. And we'd never really had satellite imagery. This is only something in the last 15 years, which is more common now. These were not common, and of course 3D printing would have never even heard of this. So 3D printing, it's now more commonly available. It's a common technology, just like digital cameras that, or the internet as well. But so other things like 3D scanning, drones can provide a lot of support, particularly in, when I say, humanitarian forensic activities, because we're not bringing a replica into the court that someone can challenge, but we can provide materials that are appropriate to experts, non-experts, family members, that can be and can also be customized for the specific context or country. So it's to really and I see it as a way that, just to give you an example of some costs, some of the items that we're talking about are like normally in forensic anthropology, some of the equipment can be quite expensive. What's called, there's one piece of equipment is an osteometric board. It's a board that measures the length of long bones used to estimate stature. And this object item equipment in forensic anthropology can usually cost between $200 to $200 to $1,000, which is just a simple device to measure a long bone, when you can 3D print the parts to make your own, as well as if you have a training session, you want to 3D print a lot of calipers, because we have like 5 or 10 participants, and we can't necessarily buy or deliver normal digital calipers. So for example, you could have a digital caliper, which are not terribly expensive, but it'd be quite difficult to get, say, for one training session or for a practice set, to have something that's more disposable versus the one that's the normal professional equipment. So it's just complementing the process of it. But I try to focus more at the bones. And in the past 3 years, I did a kind of a test and tried to 3D print pretty much almost every bone on the body. I don't have all of them here. So I would, so even from the smallest ones, like a hyoid bone, which is, this is the bone under your chin, to the vertebra, and as well as to the larger bones like pelvis, male. This is between either a male or a female. So you can quickly create some sort of a little simple training material. These are 1/3 scale, or you can print at full scale as well. That they're quite I'm not saying it's easy to do, but it's getting quite more common. I don't know if you can see here. So to show an anatomy, you can quickly show a cross section of a human skull and the sinuses, the sinus structure, the teeth. For anatomy, for forensics, on saying, is it a male, is it a female, is it an adult, these type of things, in which can really supplement the training. And going back to the cost is extremely low, and can be done quite quickly. Small objects, for example, like this mandible here, would take, say, 5 to 7 hours to print. Or I could do something more of a different type, which is just this one, which takes like 1 or 2 hours. Of course, a skull might take say like a full day, but just to print it and leave it overnight and then come back the next day and wait until it's done, rather than really waiting for literally months for the items to arrive. So thank you very, very much for the time. I'll just include some of the references here and some of the online resources.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew, for such a wonderful lecture. Here I invite our next speaker, Dr. Rachel, who will be speaking on detecting and investigating firearm incidents. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for having me. It's great to be speaking with you all. So today I'm going to be talking about the detection and the investigation of firearm incidents. And this is based on the research that I've been doing with international organisations, as was introduced just now, based on my Winston Churchill Fellowship and also the last 10 years of experience I have and the interactions that I've had professionally with those working in the criminal justice system, particularly around policing and also forensic science and ballistics experts in particular. So today I'm going to share with you the scope of what I consider as firearms and firearm related incidents, and in particular the technologies that are utilised in order to further enhance and improve the detection and the investigation of firearm related crime, the challenges and the opportunities that also come with investigating these forms of incidents, and some of the recommendations that I've come up with and I've been presented with, and I've worked with colleagues in order to try to implement and enhance the crime solving rates or the detection and investigation processes that I hope that you will be able to also learn and benefit from today. So when it comes to firearms and ammunition, firearms are usually the key and the focus of investigations. So this isn't necessarily the way it should be considered. Ammunition plays an essential part of any investigation where a shooting or a firearm discharge has actually occurred. We could spend hours talking about each and every slide that I'm going to present to you today. And so what I thought I'd do was actually focus on the areas that I think may be less well known, or the areas in which I feel that multiple organisations within the criminal justice system may be able to benefit, because I know there's a diverse audience as well today. So firearms in particular, when we're talking about criminal investigations, they're often utilising smaller caliber firearms. So things like pistols, revolvers, maybe shotgun, homemade or craft-made weapons. It may depend strongly on the country in which that firearm is being utilised as to how prevalent one or a particular type of firearm might be utilised, including different calibers, etc. Ammunition is one of the parts, I think, that actually is more often forgotten about. And it is actually, as I mentioned, essential when it comes to a shooting. And ammunition typically designed first, firearms designed to then support that ammunition and to discharge it, because the ammunition is designed for a specific purpose. So it has different functionality as a result. And so when it comes to criminal use of firearms and ammunition and the trafficking of those firearms and ammunition, they may actually utilize ranges of ammunition within one particular firearm. You're not necessarily going to have the criminal actually acquire a nice purchased box of ammunition and utilize the same ammunition for any shootings or any discharges that particular firearm may occur. If ammunition is more difficult to get hold of, for example, then you might find that a range of different material compositions, different brands of ammunition, different types of projectile within that ammunition may actually be utilized and found at a crime scene. And this can affect our ability to link crimes together and also prosecute against those crimes as well. When it comes to firearm-related incidents, again, most people tend to focus, or most people tend to think about bloodshed-related injuries and incidents. So anything involving a shooting. Whereas actually the reality is that firearm-related crime is much, much more diverse than that. And also firearms oftenly are encountered in a range of other criminal activities, with firearms being utilized as a method of demonstrating threat or a power status, or as a method of self-defense. So for example, firearms and drug-related crime do often go hand in hand. The number of gun crime or recorded gun crime figures in each country are also going to differ, and some countries are going to have other weapons that might be, such as stabbings, a higher rate of crime than what we know about the firearm incidents, whereas other countries it might be the other way around, and firearms are one of the primary causes of homicide or death. But actually, your firearm-related incidents cover not only the possession of firearms and ammunition, and we have to remember that there are similar related offences, for the illegal possession of ammunition as there is with firearms. It could be theft of that firearm and/or ammunition. It could be the manufacturing of the firearm or the ammunition. And clandestine manufacturing facilities are something that I think are often overlooked, particularly if those searching or raiding premises for a completely unrelated or different purpose, and there is no information, no intelligence that there are firearm-related activity on that premises, then unless the police or the search team are actually well versed and they know what they're looking for, they may often overlook any kind of manufacturing equipment or telltale signs that manufacturing and illegal manufacturing may actually be occurring there. And therefore the rate of detecting clandestine manufacturing facilities for firearms is probably under-recorded. You then also have, obviously, the shootings, the firearm discharges themselves, as well as the trafficking of firearms and ammunition from a place of origin until the place of use and discharge. So, and that is only some of the firearm-related crimes that are being recorded and reported to police and investigated. So when it comes to crime reporting and our solving rates, depending again on where you're based in the world, there has been research to demonstrate that actually 80 to even 98% of firearm discharges are never actually reported to 911. So that was a statistic based on research that was done predominantly in the United States. And when it comes to South Africa and also other countries as well, potentially fewer people are actually reporting crime to the police as well. In the UK, we're finding that for some types of crime, the reporting rates are luckily increasing. So people are being more confident about going to the police and reporting criminal offences. But this isn't necessarily reflective of all forms of crime, including gun crime. The other challenge is the fact that in the UK, our crime solving rates are actually incredibly low, and that are at an all-time low of about 7% at the moment. So as you can see as well, year on year, our ability and our communities that are actually reporting crime, the amount of crime that's actually occurring, particularly firearm related crime, is significantly lower than the reality of the situation. So I think it's really important that we look at strategies and approaches that help us detect that these crimes are occurring, because understandably people may not be confident, they may be fearful of their life, they don't want to report information that they know about firearm related offences to the authorities, because they're at fear of their life for themselves, but also their family as well. And so we need to look at more objective ways of doing that. So hopefully I'll introduce you to some which you probably know about already, but in case you don't, and some of the technologies that are associated. So from a prosecution's perspective, we're hoping that we can acquire the firearm that was used in any particular shooting. And I am going to focus on firearm related discharges and shooting incidents today, just to try and narrow the scope within the time frame. So from a prosecution perspective, we want to be able to find the firearm itself, and we want to then be able to compare the test fires from that firearm, so ammunition that's test fired that then creates a fired bullet or a fired cartridge case, for example, and compare those to the fired ammunition components, bullets, cartridge cases that might be found at the crime scene, to determine whether it was that particular firearm that was used in any particular shooting incident. So the images that you can see are examples of comparisons that are being made between two fired projectiles, two fired bullets at the top, and their land engraved areas. So the individual striations that are the unique feature that allow us to identify a particular firearm that has discharged that projectile. And then the primer cap of a fired cartridge case at the bottom, with, again, its individual characteristics and class characteristics that help us to identify or to eliminate potential firearms as being the one that may have discharged at that particular shooting. However, unfortunately, firearms are often not recovered, generally not at the crime scene, and they may not be recovered for years and years after any one particular shooting incident. And as a result, the actual value of collecting firearm related evidence is more for intelligence purposes, and also to link crimes together, to demonstrate that one particular firearm may have been used in a multitude of different shootings. And again, depending on the country that you're particularly operating in as a criminal justice professional, that will depend on the type of firearms, type of ammunition, and the range of weapons that you'll typically encounter, as well as the number of firearms that are often used in one particular shooting, and how many rounds or cartridges of ammunition may actually be discharged in one particular incident. So in order to help us better investigate and detect firearm related crimes, there is a load of different technology that we can actually utilize and exploit. And when it comes to detection, gathering information and actionable intelligence is really crucial from our communities. So we can report through social media, we can report through apps like WhatsApp, we can also obviously call emergency services. We might actually have community-based volunteers who actually gather the information that may be within the community and then report that either anonymously or with sort of named attribution to the police in order to help with their investigations and their detection of crime. Alternatively, we have some more expensive methods that are technology-based and much more objective in about in bypassing people and actually being able to detect that firearm incidents are occurring right now, and help us to respond much more rapidly. So a lot of cities where high gun crime occurs are employing gunshot detection systems, or if you're at a port or a border control point, then you might utilize X-ray in order to detect that firearms and ammunition may be being smuggled across your borders. But firearms may be a little bit easier. They're still not easy to interpret X-ray images, but they might be easier to detect. However, ammunition may not be so easy to detect. And particularly if those firearms and or ammunition are actually broken down into their individual component parts, the individual parts that make up the firearms and the ammunition, the people monitoring those X-ray images may not have been fully trained in actually what they look like. And an object that's looked sort of end on looks very different and is much harder to identify as a potential threat within that image compared to an object viewed from the side. So the perspective of X-ray imaging can be quite difficult to interpret and needs lots of training in order to do that. There's also obviously methods of video capture, so CCTV, etc., which is monitored in real time, that also can be linked with other technologies as well to increase the rate and the response time. When it comes to the identification of firearms, we've got technologies now being developed and tested to look at triaging fired evidence, particularly in mass shooting incidents, and also trying to detect and crime series, so where lots of shootings may involve exactly the same firearm. 3D imaging systems and the databases that and the algorithms that are used can then link those crimes together and further confirm that with the use of our traditional comparison microscopy methods. When we're looking at CCTV images or anything like music videos, we are also experts are now also utilizing methods to try and identify whether the firearm is similar to, in terms of its make and its model and the type of weapon, to the firearm that may have been recovered or may have been used in a particular shooting incident. So databases like basically IMDb for firearms, so movie databases, particularly focused around firearms, can actually help with identifying what make and model of the firearm may actually be in a CCTV image or a music video, for example. And they can then help to link a particular individual to the possession of that firearm. There's also methods that I'll show you as we go through today's session, looking at forming hotspots and using the data that we actually have around firearm incidents much more effectively to help investigators both investigate, but also to predict when crime may occur and where it may occur, and then help us in order to identify where police resources could be positioned in order to actually help detect the crime has happened or even prevent it from happening. And we also use social network analysis, which isn't about analysing social media. It's actually a method that allows us to look at who may be one of the key players within the community to identify informants, or also to identify who the shooters may be. So a whole range of hardware and software related technology that we can really make use of to help us investigate and detect and even prevent future firearm related crime. But the key to any technology by itself is never going to work. It's never going to be successful. It's actually the people that utilize that technology and that have the right approach that are actually the key, in my opinion, to the actual success of any particular technology. If someone doesn't believe that it's ever going to work, or if when you test it out, you don't design that test appropriately, then it isn't going to be successful. You also need to establish the right processes that actually mean that the people that are supposed to follow those processes actually buy in and they actually follow those processes. Because again, unless you can get everybody working together and everybody implementing the processes correctly and designing those processes correctly in the first place, without all three parts working effectively together, unfortunately, you know, whatever approach you're trying to use to either reduce crime or to improve investigations or crime solving rates, it's never going to succeed. It's absolutely imperative that everyone works together. But there are obviously some major challenges and also some practice inconsistencies. When we think about crimes that might occur, most firearms from research, we know that they tend not to move about 50 miles away. They're not used more than about 50 miles away from their first use. Obviously, there are exceptions to this, but generally they don't travel very far, and most of their discharges are within that radius. However, whenever you are located near a border of somewhere, it's even more important that you'll have really clear communication and methods of being able to investigate across those borders, which becomes particularly difficult when they're different countries with different governments and politics and laws as well. And this is sometimes where criminals they'll find those weaknesses and exploit them. So you may also have, even within a country or a region, difference in job satisfaction, differences in pay. You might have, because the criminal justice system is incredibly complex and it can take a long time for any particular case to get through the criminal justice system, you might find that some parts of the process may be less effective than others. So you might find that your forensic labs are working as hard as they possibly can to link all the crimes together, provide that information to the police. But unfortunately, for some reason, maybe the prosecution isn't actually enabling them to convict those individuals that are charged, or it might be that parts of the investigating team maybe aren't well trained enough, or there's not enough of them. Their resources are quite restricted for the number of crimes that they're having to investigate. Alternatively, it might be that the actual collection methods maybe aren't optimal. They're not finding all of the evidence at the particular scene. So unless all those stages, the police, the forensic scientists, the prosecutors and the defense, unless the entire chain is working effectively together with the community, again, there is not going to be an as efficient and effective strategy and outcome for our communities and for the cases that we're investigating and trying to solve. Some countries may also have shooting investigations domestically, more of their focus rather than the trafficking side. And if we only focus on one, whilst it's understandable from a resource constraint perspective, it's also a challenge because then you're not preventing the supply and the demand of that particular source of firearm or ammunition. We'll also find that there are various different systems and processes happening both within the same country, maybe in different states or counties or regions, as well as between different countries. And so any difference in process and practice will cause barriers and potentially aspects that are going to stop your investigations being as effective and efficient as they could be. You've also got databases, whether they're police or forensic lab databases, that aren't compatible with each other. There's not enough data sharing agreements between different labs, different police forces, different countries. And that is a really significant problem, particularly with firearm related investigations. We also globally don't use forensic data very well. And again, this is primarily because police forces understandably need to focus most of the training for police officers, investigators, detectives, etc., on the policing aspects that they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And maybe the forensic awareness, the forensic training may not be as extensive as it needs to be to ensure that actually those investigations are actually generating forensic evidence, but also that when those reports come back to those officers, they actually understand what the information is that the forensic scientists are actually trying to tell them. And one of the things that's been frequently coming up, so all of these challenges and practice inconsistencies are what I've found through my research, through talking and working with practitioners in various different countries. And it's all the same challenges always being raised. So this isn't a country-specific problem or a region-specific problem. These are challenges that are faced globally that really need addressing. And the thing that is often missed when people talk about their job, they never get any feedback. Whatever stage of that investigation or that criminal prosecution they're in, they don't get the feedback that helps them then to learn, to develop, to then ensure that the next time, the next case that they're working on, they're doing the same, they're doing the things that they doing well. They don't continue to do them necessarily, and they don't stop doing the things that maybe they aren't doing as well as they could be. So that feedback loop is really important, but is often one of the first things that get forgotten about or deprioritized when your caseload or your workload is incredibly high. But actually, that's one of the key factors that can really help individuals be more productive. So I mentioned the use of different technologies, and so I'm going to talk a little bit about each of these technologies. Again, being aware that, you know, within one of these technologies, we could do an hour-long lecture on how they work, how successful they are, how they've been implemented, etc. So this is just a general overview to make you hopefully a little bit more aware of them, and also to see and evaluate whether you're utilizing these within your region, or whether this is something that you might want to explore and evaluate to see whether it would help you and your criminal justice system to detect and investigate crimes any better. So ShotSpotter is just one of the manufacturers of gunshot detection systems, and they are the most prevalently used by law enforcement across the world. And basically they're outdoor acoustic sensors. So within a square kilometre, you'll often find about 10 of these sensors positioned, usually about 7 metres or above in the outdoor environment. It depends on how tall your buildings are, etc., because you want those acoustic waves in order to be detected amongst and beyond sort of high-rise buildings, etc. And they often are positioned on pre-existing infrastructure, so things like lampposts where there is a source of electricity, and there may also be close proximity CCTV cameras, etc., that they can link into and sort of combine the use of technologies that are already in existence. The key thing about this system is that it allows you to accurately and objectively alert police in less than 60 seconds to any shooting, any discharge of firearm that has occurred within that field of where those sensors actually are. And that is really, really important. And the research has demonstrated that when ShotSpotter is implemented, both the number of shots fired, the location and the sequence of those shots fired can be determined, and the duration of fire often is significantly reduced because of the rapid response of police or first responders to the scene. Because the responders don't need to wait for a witness to actually, or a victim to report that the shooting has happened, that's led to reduced response times for ambulance and emergency personnel, and reduce the transportation time for victims actually getting to hospital as well. It's also increased the amount of tactical intelligence, the information that police have about the shooting incident before they get there, so they can better plan what their strategy is going to be in order to effectively resolve and safely bring the shooter to stop that shooting incident occurring. And it's also allowed us to demonstrate that the amount of fired evidence that we're actually recovering from crime scenes is nowhere near the actual number that actually have been discharged. So because this is an objective system and it tells us it tells us exactly how many shots were fired, and it geographically plots exactly where those discharges occurred and when. That can tell us exactly where to tell either the crime scene investigators or the police officers where to look for those fired cartridge cases, and even potentially those fired projectiles that may have missed and or traveled through individuals or ricocheted off surfaces, so that the amount of evidence that actually can be collected at a scene can be more quickly collected and more completely collected as well. So when I've asked officers how confident they think that they've been able to recover all the fired evidence before they had ShotSpotter, for example, they said, oh yeah, you know, at least 70% or something like that of our fired cartridge cases we recover. After ShotSpotter, maybe 30%, 20%, 40%. So they've actually got objective metrics now that can demonstrate their ability and the challenges or their efficiency in actually collecting that firearm evidence. Obviously, there are some limitations. It's an incredibly expensive piece of kit. Only the areas actually covered by the sensors are going to be going to detect these shooting incidents, and they need to be outside. So there's also that potential for them to be for them to miss discharges, and there have in some states or countries been some privacy concerns about the fact that as soon as that sharp, loud noise has been detected, that the recording starts, and that can record individuals' conversations for a very short duration if they're in the proximity of the sensor. So but then that's also been beneficial because it's maybe captured the names of the victims or the witnesses or the shooters. So there's both parts to consider as well. So whilst it might be a limitation, it might also be a benefit to the investigation as well. So this is what ShotSpotter specifically looks like when I went over to their headquarters in California. And they have different pieces of software designed for different people. So whether you're responding and attending the crime scene, whether you are performing tactical operational support, for those that are responding, you literally do get a GPS and a map that tells you exactly where the discharges have occurred, so you can go straight there. Whereas when I've been out with teams responding to shooting incidents, if you're just getting information from witnesses, they don't necessarily know exactly where the shooting was. They can hear it's happening somewhere in an urban setting, but the acoustics are bouncing off all of the walls, and therefore they can't specifically pinpoint where it might be unless they've literally seen it in action. And so this is a massive time saver. And there's also the ability to actually forensically analyze the acoustics and the recordings that are actually collected. So the technology over the last 20 years has rapidly advanced as well. And so even if you utilize this technology 10 years ago, it's not the same system as they're implementing now. And so just because something may not have worked 10 years ago, if you were to repilot, reevaluate whether the system is going to work for you now, you may find a very different outcome. And that perspective, that personal opinion of whether technology is going to work, whether it's worth the money, whether it's going to do what it says it does, that's a person's opinion. And that opinion can be biased, it can be old, it can be based on hearsay. And so if you're in doubt, what's the harm in piloting it again? If shootings and the number of discharges, particularly involving a number of different firearms, is something that may frequently occur in your particular region, it may be worth considering the use of ballistics triage kit. So Vigilant Solutions has developed ballistic search, which is around looking at trying to classify. So you take all the fired cartridge cases that are found at the scene, you input them into the system. It's a 2D camera image that gets created, and then the algorithm performs an analysis on those images, and it indicates how many different firearms, individual guns, they think have been utilized, and how many of the cartridge case are associated with each one of those particular guns. And then it also indicates which of the samples from each of the guns is the best sample to be selected. And these then get confirmed, they get reviewed by a firearm expert, and then that information gets confirmed to the user. And the user, it's a relatively simple piece of kit, so it can be used by a technician or a police officer. It doesn't have to be a forensic ballistic expert because it's about triage, and it gets confirmed by an expert. And then that best sample can be used to help you identify which of the cartridge cases then gets put into a ballistics identification system. So it can be a way of helping you to streamline your process and to make it also more timely and efficient. And each of the images, takes a maximum of 2 minutes from the point of which you're opening your item, your evidence bag, and to the point of putting it in the system, imaging it, taking it out. It's a total of 2 minutes for each cartridge case. But again, they're working to make that even faster and even more effective and efficient, utilizing the feedback and the evaluations from their pilot organizations and police departments at the moment. So I mentioned our ballistics identification systems, and there are a number of them that are manufactured. Some of the key ones are IBIS, manufactured by Ultra Electronics Forensic Technology, but there's also Arsenal, there's also Alias, there's also EvoFinder, another key manufacturer as well. All of these are enabling three-dimensional images to be obtained of bullets and/or cartridge cases. And then the 3D images get saved into the database. And that database is then used to correlate against any 3D image that's captured from any future fired bullet and/or fired cartridge case. So these systems have been around for over 20 years, and they are so more sophisticated in terms of their algorithms and their ability to link known cases, known firearm, known discharged bullets, known discharged cartridge cases to each other. And they've been instrumental in solving cross-border crime and also local crime as well. And this means that from an investigative perspective, if you think that there are 20 different shootings that have happened, you might have 20 teams of officers and investigators working on each one of those shootings. But actually, utilizing a database, you can actually determine that they're not 20 different shootings. It's one firearm being used in all of those. So actually, there's not 20 investigations. There's one investigation, because that firearm is either being used by one person or a relatively well-known group of individuals, which means that then your resources from a policing perspective can be pooled and they can be targeted, and that information can be much more successful. And you can also get potentially a higher sentence if you can convict those or that individual. So these have been absolutely instrumental in firearm labs, but also for police investigations as well. But when we consider firearms and ammunition, it's not just about the forensic evidence that gets collected and that can get provided in court. Actually, it's about what information do we have about the crime or the crimes, about the firearm, about the ammunition or the inferred firearm if we've never recovered that firearm. We can use that. That's really vital information, vital intelligence that can help us in order to determine if there are new trends, if there are new instances of firearm either shootings or trafficking or manufacture. We can utilize this data much more effectively, both in a laboratory-based setting as well as in a police context as well. So your fired ammunition components, and sometimes those firearms, they might come into the lab. They get entered into a database. They also would have been entered into a police database prior to them arriving at the lab. This database allows us to gather that crime-related information: type of firearm, manufacturer, model, caliber. Depending on the level of information, it might be the serial number, the location of the shooting, or where the firearm was recovered. What type of ammunition was found? Was it live? Was it discharged? What stage of assembly was it in? All of this information is already in your database, but it's not necessarily being utilized. We're not analyzing it necessarily the way it could be exploited and helping us to investigate and to detect that other crimes might be occurring. So the evidence might, if it's a firearm, that might get test fired. If it's fired ammunition components, depending on which system you've got, enables you to do both bullets and or cartridge cases. You acquire that 3D data. You may have had some triaging before then if you've got that system. Or if you don't have 3D imaging systems, then you may be going straight to comparison microscopy. But the chances are, if you haven't got a 3D image system or a database related to fired ammunition components, you're actually missing a key form of intelligence and case linkage potential, because unfortunately, as amazing as humans are, we're actually not able to contain all the information from all the cases that one lab or a whole region or a whole country may be investigating at any one time. And so that's why these databases can provide, again, some really valuable and rapid intelligence that then can be fed to police officers, investigators, detectives, before we've actually confirmed and done a full comparison microscopy on those items to determine an evidential hit. We're actually missing an opportunity to get some relatively reliable intelligence out to those investigators in the time that they actually need. So as and when we create an evidential hit, or we provide a report that says the shooting here was related to the shooting there, we might create, the forensic experts might create a ballistics linkage report. So we're basically saying that this shooting, the same firearm was used in this shooting, or all of these shootings. But from talking with and doing research with investigators, unfortunately, these are some of the comments that are often coming out. So it takes too long to get the report. They need it in less than 24 hours. It's taking potentially 5 days, 7 days, 28 days. It's too slow. They're reading the reports and they're too technical. They don't really know what they mean. They might actually be missing from the police docket. So unfortunately, if officers don't really understand the value of these reports and how they can help them, then they're not really using them within their investigative process. Sometimes those reports may just have a link of numbers of cases at the end of them. And again, that's going to be very time consuming for enforcement to put those pieces together, work out what cases they are, etc. We need to be able to put that information into a method or a way of sharing that information that is much more useful to them. They also really struggling with resources in terms of their caseload, just as forensic scientists may be with their caseload. Okay, so there's a whole range of different points that get made, and challenges and barriers that are actually preventing the work that forensic scientists are actually doing being as valuable and as well utilized within the investigation process and the prosecution process as they could be. So a case visualization or a link chart is a way that police officers and investigators really understand. They can look at this and they go, oh yeah, I can see that, the little triangle on the left, that one firearm, that one pistol was actually used in a particular shooting, in a murder, but then it also went back out and was recovered for a second time. So sometimes firearms, they might come into the lab, but then that firearm may go back out into the civilian population, either legally or illegally, and it may actually get utilized in another case. Alternatively, if the firearm isn't recovered, or you're investigating one particular shooting, you can actually link it to other fired cartridge cases, for example, and different crimes in which the same firearm has been utilized. So you can create these linkage charts to focus on whether it's a firearm, a bullet, ammunition, or the specific cases themselves. So this is utilizing software such as IBM's i2 Analyst Notebook software. So it might not be the laboratory and the forensic ballistic experts that know how to use this technology or this software, but it might be the police crime or intelligence analysts that do know how to use it. And, you know, so actually getting the two professionals together and to help each other work out how do we write these reports so that they're useful, and what information do the intelligence analysts need or the investigators need to make sure they're as useful as they can be. So it's about that communication, that dialogue, and that working together in maybe in a different way to what we have done before. So this is a particular example in South Africa. And you can see in the top right-hand diagram that this one particular firearm was used in all of these different shootings between 2011 and 2014. Alternatively, the one at the bottom, it was this particular cartridge case. There was no firearm that was recovered, and these were actually linked to another series of discharges and shootings. So even when the firearm isn't recovered, which is unfortunately more often than not, you can still, this is really valuable information and intelligence to work with. So when we're gathering all of this data around, you know, discharges and other types of firearm offence, it's really vital that we don't forget about all the other types of crime where firearms might be utilised, and exploit that and actually analyse using software, crime mapping software, that allows us to look at where these hotspots, but should be called high density regions of particular types of crime or particular firearms, or the type of firearm or an ammunition that might be used, or the type of activity that's relating to firearm is occurring. And we can analyse these and then deploy resources appropriately within our police investigations and within our communities. And in addition to this, and this is where, particularly in the US, they are really focusing on developing crime gun intelligence centres. So this is where police, forensic analysts, and investigators are working together in order as a specific team in order to process and gather and analyse and investigate these forms of crimes cooperatively, collaboratively. It's a team that's stationed together. They work together very closely with their crime lab. And it needs those police officers, those detectives, in order to understand the value that this collaborative work has to make this successful. So they're utilising all the technology, hardware and software that's available to them. And what they're actually doing is they're also employing this social network analysis. So there's a range of different software that allows you to do this. So I mentioned i2 earlier, but there's also freeware as well. And so depending on the resources in that police department, they might be using one or another, or it might depend on how big the case and complex the case is, or how many firearm crimes they might have to investigate. But the key thing is that these social networks allow you to see the nodes, these little coloured symbols that tell you, you can ask it different things. So it could be, who is the most frequently encountered person that's involved in all these shooting incidents? So it's not the shooter necessarily, but it's somebody who's very close to the shooter, that's usually a witness, but you don't necessarily know that they're a witness if you consider each shooting on its own. But the system, the software, analyzes all the information in your police database, and it suggests where the points of commonality are. So it's suggesting to you, right, this person, he's not a victim and he's not a shooter, or she, but they are really closely connected to them. This person could be a really important either covert intelligence source, somebody like an informant, somebody who you could ask for information that might help you solve this particular shooting incident or a series of shooting incidents. So these systems can be used to analyze big data that humans just unfortunately cannot process all on their own. And so, and this again, it shows it in a really visual manner so that then the right individuals can be selected and sort of further investigated and potentially used to help that investigation. But again, even when there are all these technologies, even when the people really want to implement these new processes and work effectively together, there's always going to be challenges. But it's about how do we overcome those challenges? Which things do we focus on solving first, like in a short period of time? Which ones are more midterm? It's going to take a bit longer. Maybe we don't have the technology yet, but we're looking to explore it and maybe we'll implement it in the future. But it's usually things around the decision-making processes, people at management level who hold the purse strings and the finances, you know, or making a decision and implementing it takes a lot of time. People are they control the speed of things and whether something is allowed or not allowed, whether it works or doesn't work. So if those people if you can explain to them and show the evidence that proves that this would be a really valuable thing to do, or to try and see if this new approach might work, then try and provide them with that evidence that's going to persuade them to do it. If things are really, really slow, that's again not going to be great as a criminal justice outcome. And if people working still in their silos, still only considering their job, which is understandable, you know, everybody's working excessively, especially during this pandemic. And if we've got reduced staffing or higher caseloads, etc., you know, labs are going into backlog, and we appreciate, you know, this is a really tough time. But actually, even those that are going and getting greater backlogs, if they're implementing these changes, are seeing those backlogs actually reduce. There's also always going to be challenges around, you know, how many people and what staff and resources we have. So then making things as efficient for those individuals and as timely as possible is fundamental to make our jobs actually easier, and so that we can be more productive and we can get more done in whatever time we are allocated for our job. When a technology doesn't work, understandably, that has a massive impact on not only your caseload, but also the investigations and its ability to progress. And also, you know, there is this fundamental issue that I'm finding between forensic scientists and the terminology that we use versus the language that and the terminology that police officers use. And I did a series of work over the summer and demonstrated that with this particular group of individuals, the officers were very, very heavy on focusing on the firearms themselves rather than kind of the broader picture of forensic evidence. It was looking for firearms and looking for firearm related incidents like shootings. And therefore the words that they were actually putting in the police database weren't correct. They didn't really know what they were looking at. Therefore, when they were trying to analyze the data and search the data, their crime analysts, well, the terminology is totally different. And so it's very hard for those analysts to understand which things are similar, which things are different, because the words that the people are putting in the database are all different. And therefore, if we're sort of giving instructions as lab analysts and forensic scientists, the terms that we're using that might clearly explain what this particular type of firearm is, or what this particular type of ammunition is, or whatever, they're not words that the police officers necessarily understand. And so police officers may say bullets, whereas our understanding of the term bullet is totally different. It's not a bullet is a cartridge of ammunition, because that's a cartridge. And police officers aren't understanding that a cartridge isn't a bullet, which is a projectile or a type of projectile. And so there are these massive barriers just in terms of the terminology. And so, but they are, and they can be something relatively easy to solve, but it might take a long time in order to do that. So based on the research that I've been doing, what are my recommendations really? How can we make things better? How can we move things forward? It is obviously going to differ depending on your region, the criminal justice system you employ, the involvement and the relationship that you have with your investigators within the police departments, as well as your relationship and how your laboratory is structured as well. So there are lots of considerations, but these generally are what we been discussing about trying to sort of implement in order to make things more timely and more efficient between police forces and forensic laboratories moving forward. And one of the key ones is around trying to improve police training, awareness and understanding of firearms, ammunition, and the associated incidents, and how forensic evidence in its broadest terms can be utilised. Also making sure that the terminology within that training is then consistently understood, and really simple diagrams that can help them to actually determine what firearms, ammunition, fired ammunition components, where they go for processing. So if you've got a firearm and it's found in the possession, in the hands of a person, well, why send it for DNA analysis? You found it in their hand. All DNA is going to say is, yes, they held it. It doesn't tell you when they held it. It doesn't tell you they shot that firearm in any particular shooting that occurred. They're just in possession of it. So does that evidence then need to go for that forensic analysis? Because if so, it's going to slow down the process before it gets then sent to the firearm lab for test firing, and then the evidence then get putting in the ballistics imaging system, and then that report getting to the investigators. And generally to make the actionable intelligence from firearm labs much faster, i.e. for any particular shooting, between ideally less than 48 hours, but actually ideally more like 24 hours. So if we can actually generate intelligence from the potential of crimes, shootings to be connected, and if we can suggest what type of firearm police should be looking for as quickly as possible as that evidence comes in the lab, triaging and or inputting into your ballistics imaging system fired ammunition components from a scene should be really, really quick. You should be doing that like immediately that day. Because if it's longer than 48 hours, police officers, the information that they can gather from witnesses, people, the progress that they can make is massively affected by that delay. So, in the UK, we do provide those intelligence reports, but in the US in particular, they are focusing on those intelligence reports more than they are their evidential reports. They're only then doing evidential comparisons using comparison microscopy when it's getting called to go to court, or when it's needed to prove that association, and then it's being requested specifically. So the US, I think, are the most advanced at the moment in terms of their ability to investigate, detect, and look at solving firearm-related crime. So it's all about developing national solutions that can be utilised. So the same process, identify people, champions that can pilot new technology if you can afford to buy new technology, or if it's just a change in process, then identify the right people that are passionate about that change, about that potential for improvement. Because if you choose someone who doesn't want to do it, you're not going to get a successful outcome. And then evaluate that change. Monitor what it was like before, what it was like after, and actually see how that process change, how that technology, how it's impacted on workload for people, people's perspectives, and criminal justice outcomes. And then if that pilot works really well, then implement successful initiatives nationally, share that, that knowledge, that passion, bring other people in to continue to enhance that. So people are your priority. We've got to make sure that the people working in our criminal justice systems are praised, they're working fairly so that they value the work that they're doing, they're motivated to work harder, faster, more efficiently, and they feel valued by all the people who are benefiting from the work that they do, whoever they are. And if they feel that they are valued, they're praised, they're working fairly, they're going to be more empowered, they're going to innovate more, they're going to continue to make your processes, your practices more timely and more efficient. And try and close that feedback loop, because it's often forgotten. But feedback from people using that information give good job satisfaction to those individuals. They'll keep them working hard, keep them passionate about the job that they're doing, and more motivated, and like increase their ability to continually develop and to continually grow your organization, and to hopefully start reducing crime by working with the investigators, investigators working with forensic scientists more closely together to help tackle the firearm-related crime that's occurring, the trafficking of firearms and ammunition into the country, or the trafficking of it out of the country. And again, trying to ensure that our communities are getting safer. So this was hopefully a really broad introduction to lots of the challenges, the opportunities, the technologies that may be useful to you. Understandably, some things you're going to have known, other things you may not have known, but hopefully I've also given you a broad international perspective around the similarities and potential differences when it comes to firearm-related incidents across the world. I do occasionally write blog posts around sort of the research and the work that I'm doing. But I try to do these kind of verbal presentations much more than my writing at the moment. So Research for Justice, you might find useful as a resource to link to research that's openly accessible, openly available from organizations across the world. So just kind of sharing that as well. As a resource that if you hadn't been aware of, maybe something that your laboratory or your staff might be interested in using. So thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Rachel, to give us such an informative lecture. With this, we invite our next speaker, Dr. Jurrien, who will be speaking on mixed reality for crime scene investigators. Over to you, sir.
Yes. So I will use the style of the PowerPoint presentations of the Leiden University. I've been introduced already shortly, so I will not elaborate more about myself. What's important is to explain where this topic came from. Well, it started already in 2010. I got involved in the CSI The Hague project for innovation of crime scene investigation methods and technology. And since then, I kept on working on applications of mixed reality. And in 2019, I got the opportunity at the Leiden University to become a lecturer and researcher. But it all started at the Netherlands Forensic Institute. And this is an image of the institute, a new building, very big. I think there are about 400 people working in that institute. And there was, at that time, we also rented an industrial building with a large hall, and that hall was used for practical work and practical tests in cooperation with the police. And that's where we did the innovations on crime scene innovation. And that's how it started in 2008. Very primitive. It was just a burglary webcam of a webcam household device sold as a protection against burglary. It worked with a wireless connection, not Wi-Fi, but something else. And I mounted it on a head, and that's how we started the first experiments in cooperation with the police and the University of Amsterdam. Later, we had the CSI The Hague project, and then the Delft Technical University demonstrated a home-built device for mixed reality, glasses, cameras, projections on the glasses, and the software came from China. That's what I understood, and that's how we did the first experiments on mixed reality. This is our university, or actually one of the buildings, and we only rent one small part of this huge building for ICT. And we have about 400 ICT students. They work in 4 different specialties: software engineering, interaction technology, business data administration, and forensic ICT. And every year we have about 50 students that start with forensic ICT. This is the idea of this bachelor program. We try to learn the students how to do forensic investigations with their knowledge and skills in ICT. And very important, how to keep themselves qualified for jobs in the forensic field, because in ICT everything is changing all the time. Our students are strongly encouraged to explore for themselves all available technologies, tutorials, and other documentation that can be found in open sources. And topics include open source intelligence and e-discovery. We also do research. We look at developments in Internet of Things and mixed reality, and that's for getting future directives for developing education programs. Our laboratory is in the Hague Security Delta. That's an organization which is located in a building in The Hague. And in that big building, we only have one room and one lab. And it's a nice facility because in The Hague, security is actually an organization for many different companies and knowledge institutes and government institutes for working together on security problems. So all these big organizations rent only 1 or 2 rooms in this building, and some of them also have labs. So it's a nice environment also for students to meet people from companies and government organizations. And in this lab, we also have a small part for doing hardware investigations. And this is actually the first picture of the HoloLens. In this hardware lab, they also open all kinds of devices just to find out if they can get the information out of the electronics. And some of these students and teachers also want to open my Holo device. So I have to be very careful with it. So in this lab, we do prototype testing. We do little student projects to find out more about digital traces. They learn about reverse engineering, and they can do lots of experimenting. And it's also open for guests and other sponsor organizations. So this is the small introduction. And now I come to the real topics. And I will start to explain more about what I know about crime scene investigation. I am not a crime scene investigator. I'm a scientist. I worked in a forensic institute, but I learned about cooperation with crime scene investigators, and I have done a lot of projects with them. And I will explain more about the problems and the difficulties in crime scene investigation to make you understand what I want to do with mixed reality. I hope I can offer solutions with mixed reality. And there might be applications in crime scene investigation, in training and education, and in courtroom presentations. So I will start a little bit to explain about what I know about crime scene investigation. And it always starts with recognition of a scene. Is this actually a crime scene? What do we know about this scene? Is it safe, for instance? That's maybe the most important question now. Is it actually safe? And so we probably need to consult an expert. So if I'm a simple policeman, I already have a problem. How to find this expert and how to communicate with the expert. And if I have to act quickly and I have to secure the scene or I have to protect the people who want to enter the scene, how to do this. So it starts with communication problems and recognition problems of what's dangerous and what's not. The next question is, where can I find traces for identification of the perpetrators? Similar problem. This might be normal equipment in a modern farm, but maybe it's also it could also be something that's used for the production of illegal drugs. We also have lots of industrial scenes, industrial problems. And who knows what this is? Who can help if there is a problem? Another scene, how to start the investigation. And if we have a team of people, how can we communicate about a working plan in this scene? Because you cannot come closely in a safe way. It's very risky. And there might be further collapse. So, and we cannot go there and bring our crime scene markers, our physical markers. We have to work from a distance. Finally, we enter a classical crime scene, a normal crime scene. You see someone wearing a white suit, protection against contamination, and this suit makes it also difficult to work. Actually, we don't want to walk around there when we do a crime scene investigation. We want to work from a distance. You can see already the physical markers, and there are already lots of discussions about the use of these physical markers because they also could be a source of contamination. Things get worse when people had high expectations from microtraces like DNA. You cannot see them. So if we take a sample of DNA, how can we show in court that we actually took that sample and that we treated that sample in the right way? So you need to do a lot of documentation, a lot of photography. But you only have two hands when you're working on a scene. So you need at least a second person to take these pictures. And then what about the administration of all these pictures? How can I be sure that a DNA sample, a DNA result from the lab is still resulting from this sample at the scene? So the chain of custody has become very important. We also want to work with forensic light sources. And again, we only have two hands. And if we work with a source like that, You end up with pictures like this, black pictures, you can see the traces. But once in the laboratory or once in court, can you still find out what this picture is showing? Do you still understand that this is a picture that was taken at the scene at that spot? So there are many possibilities in modern forensics, but there are also many new problems. And yeah, what about the process of investigation itself? Normal procedure is, most countries have a 4-step procedure. First, you do a reconnaissance, you walk around without touching anything, then you make a plan, then you start collecting, and then you do an interpretation. That's the normal way. But what if you find some surprises? In this case, and a blanket is lifted, and then it shows biological traces. And maybe at this point it is necessary to make a new plan for the trace sampling. So that happens if you are collecting traces. The scene might change, and this need to be documented. And you only have 2 hands. You are working in that white suit. You are not supposed to walk around a lot. So you might need some extra tools as a help. Same for preliminary tests. How can we do this with only 2 hands? And finally, the collection. Maybe you are using barcodes. Is there a way to avoid typing these code numbers? Is there a way to do this automatically? Then the courtroom situation. This is classical. Courtrooms, people still deal with boxes with lots of documents and reports. And in these reports, you have maps and photographs. And is it possible to make sense out of them? So much material. This is a moot court. Our students also get an experience of presenting evidence in a court. This is not a real court, but this is how it looks like. And finally, the topic of training and education. This is a simulated crime scene in a space of the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences. They have a special bachelor program for crime scene investigation. The police also works with simulated crime scenes, and they often look like this. It's always some spare room in a building, furniture from the market. So it's always old, dirty, 80s, furniture from the 80s, so not modern. So it's not a representative scene for modern scenes. But anyway, that's what people use and what they have to use. You can see they have also done lots of experiments in the past, and you can still see the purple spots from some chemical treatment. So it's not an ideal space for testing and training. Then one of the teachers asked me, is it possible to have the students first working in a virtual copy of this scene? And I can do that. I stop share. I will share something else with you. It's just a website, and it is very simple. Actually, it works with panoramic images. It's actually a panoramic image store. As a student, you can fill in your name. No, that's not my name. And I can look around. I can enter the crime scene. And I'm still not entered the crime scene, because first you have to check what's outside. And maybe there's a footprint. I'm not sure if there's a footprint. But if I am a student, I could place there a marker. And I can type anything. That's the idea of the teacher. Students can type anything they like. Then I can enter. I can look around. I already see a victim. We are not supposed to walk directly to the victim, but to walk around first. So in this tour, the student cannot make the error to walk directly to the victim. Now you can look around. I can go further. And I can make notes. Cards, play. Oh, wrong position. Okay. This software needs to be improved. So this is what the teacher wanted me to create, and how does it look like? Or I can also simulate a lower position. You have to make an effort to see things from a lower position. And this is what the teacher can see in the journal. This is just a timestamp. This is the number of the panoramic viewpoint. And these are the observations of the student. And the teacher can discuss these observations with the student to teach him or her more about the task of crime scene inspection. So the idea was for this teacher to have the students do this first, and then have them enter the real simulated crime scene. I will go back to the presentation. And I share the PowerPoint. And I continue there. And this is an example of a small simulated crime scene. And it's easier to reproduce. But the problem with simulated crime scenes is how to how to build it a number of times again in the same way. The reproduction of the simulated crime scene, that's actually the problem. Virtual crime scenes can be reproduced, but what if you want your students to do some physical exercise in a simulated crime scene? So an idea might be to work on smaller crime scenes where students can only practice a small number of procedures. And that's where mixed reality comes in. This was the idea of the CSI The Hague project in the past. The idea was to work with big screens on which we could project virtual reality, to have a number of simulated crime scenes, small crime scenes, and to have them equipped with lots of cameras, so it would be possible to monitor the behavior of the students on this simulated crime scene. We also use that facility for demonstration of new technology, and this is the University of Delft. doing a test with an augmented reality glasses. You can see he's wearing a very heavy laptop on his back. There are big cables, so this was not a nice device. But anyway, it was a first test with augmented reality. And this was a simulated ecstasy lab in an apartment kitchen. This is one of the newer versions. A number of years later, it was already much smaller, much nicer, but still not ideal because you had to carry still a laptop on your back. Now I will show you what we can do now with a modern device, the HoloLens of Microsoft. I will do a live demonstration, and you can find also movies of these demonstrations on a website, and I'm still busy with a real paper and a real website because this is a professional website. So I will share my screen once again for another application. Stop share. First I will show you the HoloLens, what all this is all about. It's actually a Windows 10 system. I will wear it. And it is also a web server in it, and I will connect with a browser to this HoloLens. See if it's still working. I have to renew the connection. It takes some time. Sorry about that. I'll select a low resolution to make sure we will not lose the connection. And it's working. There's a delay of about 3 seconds of what I see and what you can see. I will give you a full screen. First, I will, can someone confirm me that this is still working and that you're still hearing me? Can you confirm, Rajit?
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will move around in our living room. I've got permission from my wife to consider this living room as a classroom and a simulated crime scene. I will start the application. You will see a Windows menu floating. I will explain how this is possible. First, I will show you how it works. HoloLens is continuously scanning the room, and it tries to map the room, and I can visualize this map as a mesh. And the mesh is also updated. If I move something in this room, you will see that the mesh will change after a few seconds. I will move this chair. There's a ghost image of the chair. It takes some time, but then you see the meshes changed accordingly to change in the scene. So with this mesh, it's possible for the HoloLens to compute where it should place its virtual reality or the virtual objects. Stop this. And I'll start the application. Actually, 4 applications. And I'll start with a simple one. I will just bring in a logo. I can move it around. You can see this interaction with the mesh. It also pushes through the wall, it will become invisible, and I can bring it back. So it just works with finger movements. This is an application for the crime scene investigation. And instead of physical markers, I can bring in virtual markers. This could be finger marks on the oven controls. Stay linked. Then I can give it a random number. You can make it bigger, smaller. So it's easier to look at. So I've asked the police about their ideas of using these markers. They told me they actually want to use it for marking traces that could fit in one story. So the police works with different stories, hypotheses of what could have happened. And with these numbers, they can link all the objects and traces that help to explain or to prove one of the stories or hypotheses. So that's just one of the applications. So keep in mind, this application is not used in real practice now. We are simply doing lots of user tests with the police in simulated crime scenes. I can also take pictures, and they will be shown as floating visual screens. I cannot demonstrate actually the capture of a picture because the camera is now being used by video link. And the camera cannot do two things at the same time. And I can also do video. In the same way, so I can bring in video screens in a crime scene for briefing and debriefing purposes. Another application might be the introduction of a virtual victim or a virtual perpetrator. This is also very experimental. It's not so easy to control. It needs more development. So I wonder what your ideas will be. Then there is an application for court presentations. This could be a crime scene. Idea is that the judge, the people in the court, can look at the big screen like you are doing now at home. And the judge can tell the user of the HoloLens what to do. So the judge is in charge, he can control what is shown to the public. And for instance, you could ask the HoloLens operator to move closely to the crime scene, and to move, for instance, to one of the rooms to find out what's inside. At this moment, there's no interaction with this object, but it might be possible in this way to bring up, for instance, documents, investigation reports. And finally, last application, that's for training and education. The idea is that a teacher can bring latent traces in the crime scene, represented by red spheres in this case. And they can make them invisible. Then the student can try to find them, but he can only see them if he is close enough. And yeah, police already told me they like this application. They asked me, is it possible to ask the student to work with a virtual forensic light source. So he will only see the traces if he is actually using the virtual forensic light source. And then, that's it. I will stop sharing again. I will go share again the PowerPoint. And there's another application, and that might be useful in reconstruction of shooting incidents. And this is a movie. And it demonstrates that you can also see the same visual content from two HoloLenses. This is a movie that's recorded by one of the two HoloLenses. And what I'm demonstrating here is that the HoloLens can also do, or the software can do, image recognition. This is a probe with an image. The probe is inserted in a simulated bullet hole. The image is recognized. I click on a virtual control, and there is a virtual reconstruction of a bullet trajectory. I can bring the probe to a second bullet hole. I can do the same thing. So in this way, we can find out from a number of bullet trajectories what the positions could have been of the shooter. So this is. So again, I am moving to a bullet hole. I'm inserting a probe with an image. The image is recognized by the HoloLens. Then it shows me a virtual control. I click, and there's the bullet trajectory. I move to a second bullet hole. I do the same thing. All this is filmed from a second HoloLens. And these two bullets might have been fired from the same position. You see, this is an old movie, an old user interface. There's a warning because I'm not a ballistic expert. So if you use this in practice, the people on the crime scene know that this has to be verified by an expert in ballistics. So it also demonstrates that you can use mixed reality as a tool for organizing all the work that has to be done. So if that was the position of the shooter, there might have been gunshot residues on his left sleeve. So it might be an idea to search for gunshot residues on the clothes of the suspect on the left sleeve. I told you about the possibility to take photographs and video recordings. Well, this is a demonstration of that. So this is a photograph that's left for another investigator. And it shows that there might have been a hit on the head of the victim at that position because there is an impact blood spat pattern found on this door. It's also possible to do barcode recognition and to use speech control. So you can just say to the HoloLens, take a photograph or take or some keyword, and then a photograph is taken. And if there is a barcode, it will be recognized. And the barcode could be used to code the file name of this photograph, for instance. We also tested it outside. Sunlight could be a real problem. You have to avoid the direct incidence of sunlight. And the traffic police was interested, and we also found out that there might be problems in large areas if there are not enough details in the scene, because then the HoloLens can literally lose its track. And you can this problem can be solved by using markers, physical markers like this one, that are also used for guiding the traffic. In the future, I want to find out what applications are useful in cooperation with the police. I want to do more voice control. And we found out that there is a lot of interest in applications for training and education. And I also want to do more experiments with cloud services for image recognition. I do this with students. I've got the opportunity to develop a half-year course. So it's a half-year course on mixed reality for crime scene investigation and first responders. I teach them what a crime scene officer has to know, to do, and to learn, what the possibilities and limitations are of simulated virtual and mixed reality, and whatever is needed for developing a mixed reality application. So this is the program. It's 10 weeks of lectures, workshops, practical assignments to get the necessary basic knowledge and skills. 10 weeks for developing and executing a small innovation project. And in all this time, during these 20 weeks, they can spend about 200 hours for self-directed study and experimentation. This is the software they work with, 3ds Studio Max, Unity, that's a gaming platform. They can do experiments in simulated crime scenes of the police. They work with the HoloLens, but they also work with Android. They make applications for smartphones using Arcore, Viforia. And I also have many brainstorm sessions with professionals from the field of crime scene investigation. And that's actually very easy now because all professionals now are used to work with video conference software. So it's very easy now for me to have someone from the field just for half an hour in my virtual classroom. And that's very useful. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Jurrien, for such a wonderful talk. And here we come to an end of our forensic gala organized by Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, India. I really appreciate your consistency during the forensic gala. Do subscribe our channel Forensic 365 for updates regarding new upcoming events in the upcoming year. Happy New Year to everyone. Take care. Bye bye.